Chapter 1680. Yang Kai's powerful spiritual energy caused the white-robed man's expression to change greatly, and in a fit of anger, he let out a loud roar and his entire body suddenly underwent an obvious change. Just like Fang Fengqi, who was killed by Yang Kai in Heavenly Fate City, the white-robed man's body suddenly increased in size and white needle-like hairs appeared on his exposed skin. Two fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth and even the breath he exhaled was filled with green corpse chi. Leaping up from the ground, the white-robed man shot up into the sky like a cannonball, smashing a hole in the palace as his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Staring in the direction Yang Kai was coming from, he waved his two claw-like hands again and again, sending out one claw after another towards Yang Kai. Scram! Yang Kai roared, not even bothering to dodge as he wrapped his fist in black flames and sent a punch towards the white-robed man's face. The sky full of claw attacks collapsed and a huge force bombarded the white-robed man, causing him to let out a muffled groan as he plummeted down like a meteor. A moment later, with a loud bang, a human-shaped crater appeared in the ground. The white-robed man became more and more furious, but after taking a blow from Yang Kai, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. Leaping out of the crater, he opened his mouth and spat out a round bead. The thick green corpse chi condensed into an arrow and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai flicked his wrist lightly and summoned the verdant dragon bone sword. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, the verdant dragon bone sword let out a loud dragon roar and transformed into a giant green dragon that swooped down. Yang Kai stood atop the dragon's head and looked down at the white-robed man, his eyes filled with disdain. The corpse chi, which was enough to kill an origin-returning realm master, had no effect on this giant green dragon. Corpse chi was poisonous, but so was this giant green dragon. Naturally, it couldn't do anything to it. On the other hand, the giant green dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed the green corpse chi that originated from the corpse bead, causing the white-robed man to panic. The distance between them was quickly closed. Staring at the dragon head that was growing larger and larger as it opened its giant mouth, the white-robed man was finally unable to remain calm. Letting out a strange cry, the white-robed man hurriedly dodged. The giant green dragon missed its target, but Yang Kai leapt down from its head and stretched out his hand, summoning the giant green dragon back into his dragon bone sword. Yang Kai slashed down fiercely. It was as if it was going to cut through the world. The long sword without any edge was exuding a terrifying aura. The white-robed man was shocked and hurriedly raised his arm to defend himself. Without a sound, a green light flashed, and an arm full of white hair was cut off and fell to the ground. The white-robed man was truly frightened this time. He had never had Yang Kai's of Yang before, Yang's before him. But of Yang Kai of this of us of this opponent of his of course of this his of a minds, of him, he and Yang be, s's. This Yang's. His hims, he's he, s's. Yang of with death's Yang's man spirit Yang of, hurriedly rolling to avoid this blow, the white-robed man picked up his severed arm, stood up and retreated. Only when he was 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai did the white-robed man stop with some lingering fear in his heart and turn to stare at his enemy with a gloomy expression on his face. Where Yang Kai had cut off his arm with his dragon bone sword, many granules began to grow and wriggle, quickly reattaching the severed arm. While the white-robed man was doing all this, Yang Kai just stood by and watched. Not stopping him, Yang Kai waited for the white-robed man to reattach his arm before suddenly grinning. "Have we met somewhere before?" Hearing him say this, the white-clothed man also frowned, and then came to a sudden realization. Pointing his finger at Yang Kai, he shouted in disbelief, "It's you, it's actually you. We really have met before." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It was in the corpse cave, right? I remember you." When Yang Kai first saw this white-robed man, he felt he was a little familiar, but now he finally remembered. At that time he and Yang Yen had gone deep into the corpse cave in the Grand Burial Valley and had met this white-robed man face to face. The other party had even attacked him. At that time, this white-robed man was a corpse general level master and had forced Yang Kai to flee. After so many years, his strength had obviously improved a lot. "I also remember you." The white-robed man grinned. "It was you who sneaked into the corpse cave and stole many things, but this protector must thank you." "Thank me for what?" Yang Kai frowned. "Thank you for taking away that mass of Sun's true essence. If it weren't for you, this protector would not have today's achievements." The white-robed man laughed. "What does that have to do with Sun's true essence?" Yang Kai was puzzled. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." The white-robed man sneered. "This protector is corpse spirit religion's white-robed corpse general, Kong Fei Rao. Boy, report your name. White-robed corpse general. Yang Kai raised his brow. Are there also red-robed corpse generals, azure-robed corpse generals, and so on? He remembered that in the corpse cave, he had seen several other corpse generals dressed in different clothes. Indeed. Kang Fei Rao did not deny it. Boy, my corpse spirit religion will sooner or later unify Shadowed Star. You are so young but have such good cultivation, why not join my corpse spirit religion? This protector will definitely report this to the religion master and make you a deacon. Not interested. Yang Kai curled his lips. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This protector is also interested in your talents. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Can you? Yang Kai smiled lightly. As soon as these words fell, Kang Fei Rao's face changed greatly, because he suddenly discovered that Yang Kai, who had been 1,000 meters away from him, had used some unknown method to instantly appear in front of him. Yang Kai then stretched out his hand and formed a huge void crack in front of him, slashing towards him like a giant blade. Space Force. Kang Fei Rao's pale face became even more pale as he finally remembered that Yang Kai had been able to escape from the corpse cave safely because of his Space Force. Now, seeing him use such a technique, it was obvious just how profound his attainments in the Tao of Space were. A creepy feeling suddenly rose up in Kang Fei Rao's heart as he quickly retreated, barely avoiding the void crack. A trace of annoyance appeared on Yang Kai's face, but soon, a sly smile appeared on his face. Kang Fei Rao instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Just as he was puzzled, a huge force hit him from behind, causing him to feel as if a towering mountain had smashed into his back, causing the sound of countless bones breaking to ring out from his body. After suffering such a heavy blow, Kang Fei Rao opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of green blood, his aura greatly weakening as he fell towards Yang Kai under the influence of his momentum. In vain, Kang Fei Rao managed to turn his head around, wanting to see who could approach him silently and give him such a heavy blow. But after a single glance, Kang Fei Rao was dumbfounded. The one who had attacked him was actually a simple-minded stone giant holding a black stick. This stone giant didn't have the slightest aura of life. No wonder he couldn't sense it. Let's see how you dodge now. Yang Kai grinned as he waved his hands, causing void cracks to rapidly form and converge into a giant net that flew towards Kang Fei Rao, blocking all his escape routes. Kang Fei Rao's expression changed greatly as he felt the strange power coming from the void cracks, took a deep breath and suddenly stopped. The next moment, his entire body seemed to turn into nothingness as he quickly dove into the ground. It was as if he could merge with the earth. The void cracks that had converged into a giant net flew over his head, but they didn't have much effect. Stop him. Yang Kai's face sank as he knew that he absolutely couldn't allow Kang Fei Rao to escape underground, otherwise he wouldn't be able to find him. Receiving this order, the stone puppet's body flickered, and it disappeared into the depths of the ground. Immediately afterwards, an astonishing battle fluctuation spread out from underground, causing the ground to rise up and down like a wave. A moment later, accompanied by an angry roar, Kang Fei Rao burst out from underground, his whole face twisted in anger. The stone mongoose chased after him, the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand as if it was weightless as it swung its stick, forcing Kang Fei Rao to not dare to stop. Trying to escape underground in front of the stone mongoose, Kang Fei Rao could only be said to be stupid. Earth escape was one of the stone mongoose's innate divine technique. At some point, Yang Kai had arrived above Kang Fei Rao's head and with a flick of his fingers, more than a dozen golden blood threads shot towards Kang Fei Rao like golden snakes. In an instant, Kang Fei Rao was tightly bound. Kang Fei Rao still wanted to struggle, but the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar had already swept over. Under this one blow, Kang Fei Rao's lower body was pulverized and his body was sent spinning mid-air. His misfortune didn't end there though. The void cracks opened like the maw of a beast and swallowed most of his body. By the time Kang Fei Rao landed on the ground, all that was left was a broken body. If it had been an ordinary person who suffered such a heavy blow, they would have long since died. However, the corpse spirit race was born from the dead and their vitality was extremely tenacious, so this kind of injury wasn't enough to take his life. A violent energy fluctuation came from his abdomen and spread to his limbs and bones, causing his flesh and blood to squirm and begin to repair his damaged body. Yang Kai stepped forward, reached out, and inserted his hand into Kang Fei Rao's abdomen, grabbing his corpse bead. The squirming flesh and blood finally stopped moving, but Kang Fei Rao remained motionless as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. His eyes were filled with resentment, but in the end, he compromised and sighed, Speak, what do you want in exchange for letting me go? Are you negotiating with me? Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. That's right. Do you think you have the qualifications? Yang Kai continued to sneer. You didn't kill me because you wanted something from me, otherwise why would you let me live? Kang Fei Rao coldly snorted. You're quite smart. Yang Kai nodded, but you still don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I can crush an existence like you with one hand. Kang Fei Rao's expression became gloomy, but in the end, he couldn't refute. Chapter 1681. Kang Fei Rao also realized that even without the help of the strange stone giant, he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. This young man hadn't even used his full strength. How could there be such a powerful origin returning realm master in this world? Kang Fei Rao had thought that he had reached the limit of the origin returning realm, but today he discovered that he was wrong. Tell me, what is this sun's true essence all about? Yang Kai's voice came. Why are you thanking me for all your achievements? I don't remember doing anything for you. Kang Fei Rao glanced at him but didn't answer immediately. It wasn't until he sensed a destructive aura from the corpse bead that his expression changed, and he quickly said, You didn't do anything. Perhaps you don't know. Yang Kai raised his brow. Do you think the sun's true essence was just placed there casually? You're wrong. The reason why the sun's true essence was placed there was to use its sun's true fire to suppress the underworld spring well. Underworld spring well? Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Kang Fei Rao grinned. And it is a passage that connects to the underworld where a rich Yin corpse death chi gushes out. This Yin corpse death chi is useless to any living being, only harmful, but to our corpse spirit clan, it is a great supplement. With this Yin corpse death chi, our strength can grow to the limit of the origin returning realm. And perhaps not the limit. Kang Fei Rao thought that he was already standing at the peak of the origin returning realm, but after fighting with Yang Kai, he realized that he was still far from reaching that level. There is such a thing under Grand Burial Valley? Yang Kai frowned slightly. Kang Fei Rao laughed. How do you think the corpse cave was formed? My ancient Yang sect's ancestors discovered the underworld spring well long ago, so they used the sun's true essence to suppress it. The reason why we were able to become the noble corpse spirit clan is also because of the corpse chi in the corpse cave. Before, we couldn't do anything about the underworld spring well, but after you took away the sun's true essence, things were different. So, shouldn't this protector thank you? Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he said gloomily, Shadowed Star becoming like this because of me? Ah. Kang Fei Rao laughed to the sky. And naturally you have your reasons. Say, if the people on Shadowed Star learned about this, wouldn't they hate you to the bone? I've never been one to be threatened. If you want to use this to threaten me to let you go, then I can only say that you've made the wrong decision, Yang Kai sneered. Kang Fei Rao's expression changed a few times. In the end, he didn't say anything to anger Yang Kai. Now that his corpse bead was in Yang Kai's hands, his life and death were in his hands, so he naturally wouldn't be so stupid. Who is your cult master? Was he one of the corpse generals I saw that day? Yang Kai asked again. Kang Fei Rao shook his head. No. Who is that? I don't know. Nonsense. Yang Kai coldly snorted and increased the strength of his hand. Kang Fei Rao's corpse pearl immediately made cracking sounds, as if it would break at any moment. Kang Fei Rao's body trembled. Gnashing his teeth, he roared, I really don't know, Cult Master isn't a member of our corpse spirit race at all. He suddenly came to the corpse cave one day and taught us some corpse cultivation methods and how to transform our clansmen. If it weren't for him, it would have been impossible for us to leave the corpse cave. I'm afraid he's still exploring the corpse cave. After all, no one has ever walked this path before. While Kang Fei Rao was speaking, Yang Kai had been observing his expression and found no flaws. There were only two explanations for this situation. The first was that Kang Fei Rao wasn't lying and really didn't know the identity or origin of this cult master. The second was that Kang Fei Rao's acting skills had reached such a high level that he couldn't see through any flaws. Yang Kai felt that the former was more likely. Then what is his strength? Yang Kai asked again. Kang Fei Rao hesitated a few times. Gritting his teeth, he said, If I said that I didn't know what his cultivation was, would you believe me? What do you think? Yang Kai stared at him coldly. Kang Fei Rao sighed, but I really don't know what his cultivation is. He has never made a move before. Then how did he become the cult master of corpse spirit religion? Don't tell me that just because he taught you some cultivation methods and methods to convert your clansmen, you were willing to follow his orders. How is that possible? Kang Fei Rao curled his lips. A trace of anger appeared on his face. The reason why us brothers submitted to him is because he has. Before Kong Fei Rao could finish his words though, his expression suddenly changed as if something terrible had just happened to him, his eyes suddenly widening as a look of shock appeared on his face, his expression one of extreme pain. A strange aura spread out from his body. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. The next moment, Kong Fei Rao suddenly let out a miserable howl, followed by a destructive aura erupting from his corpse bead, turning into a green flame that burned Kong Fei Rao from the inside out. Kong Fei Rao's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears all spat out green flames, making for a terrifying sight. In less than 10 breaths of time, this powerful top-level corpse general who had fought against Yi Shiyun was incinerated by the green flames, leaving behind only a pile of black matter. Yang Kai watched this scene from beginning to end and couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. Yang Kai didn't know what Kong Fei Rao had encountered, but he guessed it was related to the mysterious cult master of corpse spirit religion. Perhaps this cult master had placed some kind of powerful seal on Kong Fei Rao's body, so once Kong Fei Rao tried to reveal some critical information, this seal would immediately activate and detonate his corpse bead, creating a corpse fire that would instantly kill him. Although it was only a guess, Yang Kai felt it was quite likely. What a vicious method. What a vicious scheme. However, what kind of sensitive information was Kong Fei Rao trying to reveal that actually triggered the seal on his body? Yang Kai recalled the words Kong Fei Rao had said before he died. Although the other party hadn't said the complete sentence, Yang Kai could infer something from it. That mysterious cult master may have had some kind of artifact in his hands that could control the corpse spirit race. This was the most likely speculation. Kong Fei Rao was dead and could no longer be resurrected, so Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little bit of dread towards this mysterious cult master. Being able to place such a seal on his subordinates, this cult master was obviously not an easy character to deal with. As for Kong Fei Rao saying that Shadowed Star's current situation had something to do with him, Yang Kai did not deny it. Perhaps it was because he had taken away the sun's true essence that suppressed the underworld well, allowing the corpse spirit race's strength to soar, but the most critical reason for this was because the mysterious cult master had taught him the corpse cultivation secret art and the method to transform corpse spirits. Without this method to transform corpse spirits, corpse spirit religion would never have been able to grow. So, Yang Kai only thought about it for a moment before putting this issue aside. Looking up, the Black Origin King Grade starship was wantonly crushing the corpse spirit religion army, each crystal cannon blast taking the lives of dozens of corpse spirit race soldiers or those who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion. While Yang Kai was fighting with Kong Fei Rao, the area around Lu Yan's desert was already filled with corpses. With a loud roar, Yang Kai flew up into the sky, his figure flickering as he wrapped himself in his space force and returned to the starship. Return to the sect. Yang Kai shouted. After this round of cleansing by the starship, corpse spirit religion had lost more than half of its forces besieging High Heaven sect. Even white-robed corpse General Kong Fei Rao, who had been stationed here, had been killed by Yang Kai. The rest of them had scattered and fled, so there was not much they could do to kill them. Returning to the sect was more important. The people from Tongxian realm needed to be settled down. After all, they had been trapped in the sealed world bead for several years now, so the sooner they could come into contact with this world and familiarize themselves with its world principles, the better. Moreover, Yang Kai also wanted to know the current situation of High Heaven sect. It was rumored that High Heaven sect had suffered heavy losses in the past 2 years, and Great Elder Yi Shiyun had been seriously injured. It was unknown whether she had recovered or not. The 3 blazing flame rings of Lu Yan's desert were extremely overbearing, and even an ordinary Origin King Grade starship would be burned to ashes if it tried to enter. However, High Heaven sect's starship was personally refined by Yang Inflammation, so it was naturally branded with Yang Inflammation's aura. The 3 blazing flame rings did not repel the starship, allowing it to easily break through the flame barrier. Only after the huge figure of the starship disappeared did the fleeing corpse spirit religion cultivators breathe a sigh of relief, each of their faces filled with lingering fear. Under the powerful force of the starship, they could not even muster up the will to resist and could only be slaughtered. Now that the starship had left, they naturally felt relieved. Without receiving orders to leave, no one dared to leave without permission, so after a short while, the corpse spirit religion cultivators gathered from all directions, ready to wait for Kong Fei Rao's instructions. None of them knew that Kong Fei Rao had fallen. It was not until an hour later that Kong Fei Rao did not appear. Feeling suspicious, they went to investigate the palace and learned that the white-robed corpse general had actually died. Countless people were in an uproar. One of Corpse Spirit Religion's 4 protectors had died, and High Heaven Sect's Origin King Great Starship had returned. All of this seemed to indicate something. High Heaven Sect was located in the 4th layer territory of Lu Yen Sand Field. However, after Yang Inflammation took back the first 3 blazing flame rings, Lu Yen Sand Field no longer had a 6th layer territory, only 4 layers remained. So, strictly speaking, High Heaven Sect was located in the 2nd layer. The outer layer was surrounded by the 3 blazing flame rings, the inner layer was also surrounded by the 3 blazing flame rings, and further inside was the loft where Yang Inflammation slept. After passing through the flame barrier, Yang Kai glanced around at the familiar scenery and could not help feeling a little excited. Although Tongshan Realm was his homeland, Yang Kai had lived on Shadowed Star for the longest time since he came to Star Territory. High Heaven Sect was also located here, so he still had a strong sense of familiarity with this place. After all, this was the sect he founded himself, the place where his sect, High Heaven Pavilion, flourished. This kind of personal creation and support was irreplaceable. Chapter 1682. In less than an hour, High Heaven Sect, located among the mountains, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The mountain road paved with white jade was clearly visible. At the top of the mountain road, there was a huge plaque with the words High Heaven Sect written on it. Sure enough, this is a beautiful place. Ling Tai Su stood inside the starship and looked down through the crystal glass, very satisfied with the current environment of High Heaven Sect's headquarters. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Yang Kai stood to the side with a smile and explained to his Grand Master, what we see now can only be regarded as a part of High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect is composed of 81 peaks, 1 main peak and 72 auxiliary peaks, each of which has a different scenery, but because there were too few people before, we chose to settle down here. Even I haven't fully explored those peaks, but once everyone settles down here in the future, you can find a peak you like to live on. Good. Chu Ling Xiao also felt relieved. Before, they were a little worried that Yang Kai would not have a place to settle the nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans. After all, the 3 clans had quite a large number of people, so if they wanted to completely settle down, they would need a large place. But now, looking around, there was lush greenery everywhere, with towering peaks rising and falling from the clouds and looming pavilions. Of the 81 peaks, there was enough space for all the masters from the 3 clans to settle down, and there was even a large part of it left empty. Will we live here in the future? Thunder Dragon Great Senior looked down with a flushed face. This place was hundreds of times better than the Beast Sea Jungle on Tongshan Realm. Not only was the world energy extremely rich, but the scenery was also superb. If the monster race could cultivate and live here, their future achievements would definitely not be too low. A headquarter was a foundation. Thunder Dragon, as a monster race Great Senior, was well aware of the importance of a foundation to a race. Yang Kai, my demon race owes you. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word and my demon race will not hesitate, Zhang Yuan said proudly. Zhang Yuan spoke from the bottom of his heart, implying that he wanted to join High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai nodded. The monster race demon race was something Yang Kai had taken the initiative to bring out when he left Tongshan Realm. Strictly speaking, Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan did owe Yang Kai a favor, but Li Rong and Han Fei of the ancient demon clan didn't think so. Yang Kai was their master. They had vowed to follow Yang Kai for the rest of their lives, and they would only feel proud of it. Leaving the masters from the 3 clans to immerse themselves in shock and joy, Yang Kai commanded the starship to descend towards the huge square below while simultaneously sweeping it with his divine sense to see how High Heaven Sect was faring. But a moment later he couldn't help but frown slightly. He found that there were about 1,000 people gathered in High Heaven Sect at this moment. However, none of these people had an aura that he was familiar with. Yi Shiyun, Wu Yi, Chang Chi, Hao and Huang Wan, and all the others seemed to have disappeared. Even the auras of the masters who had submitted to Star Emperor Mountain seemed to have disappeared. The starship was such an obvious target, but no one from High Heaven Sect came out to greet it. Instead, from the lofts near the square, countless unfamiliar divine senses stretched out and constantly scanned the area. This discovery caused Yang Kai's face to sink and his expression to become ugly. Seemingly noticing something, Ling Tai Su leaned over and whispered, "Yang Kai, is something wrong?" Yang Kai sneered softly, "Something is indeed wrong. Grandmaster, you wait inside the starship for a while, I'll go take a look." "Good." Ling Tai Su responded. Yang Kai waved his hand, opened the starship's hatch and led Yang Xiaozhu out. Chu Han Yi, Lin Yu Rao and Yang Xiaozhu stepped out of the starship. Yang Xiaozhu and the others obviously also noticed the problem, and after exchanging a glance with each other, none of them understood what was going on. But soon Yang Xiaozhu circulated his Saint Qi and shouted, "Sect Master has returned to the sect." A long howl rang out. This howl spread throughout all 81 peaks of High Heaven sect. Still no one came to greet them. On the other hand, the divine senses that had been investigating the starship seemed to have become entangled and were silently communicating. The atmosphere in the entire High Heaven sect suddenly became extremely strange. After a while, those divine wills dispersed. They seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. At this time, some figures flew out from the pavilions in all directions. Yang Kai stood on the square like a towering mountain, exuding a cold aura as he waited quietly. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk silhouettes landed nearby one after another, gradually forming an extremely terrifying force. All of these people were masters above the origin returning realm, and there were even a few third-order origin returning realm masters. However, when these people looked at Yang Kai, their gazes were all evasive, as if they had a guilty conscience, not daring to meet Yang Kai's eyes at all. Occasionally, a few of them would glare towards Yang Kai provocatively, as if they were looking at an enemy. Yang Kai glanced around and fixed his eyes on an old woman with white hair who was holding a dragon-headed walking stick. Standing next to this old woman was a beautiful young girl who had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation and was a rising star of Shadowed Star. The reason why Yang Kai was paying attention to this old woman was because he recognized her. This old woman was clearly Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, she had intervened at the last moment in an attempt to snatch the Emperor Jade that had fallen to Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai did not have a good impression of this old woman. Although she had not been defeated by Great Elder Jin Shur of Demon Blood Temple at that time, she had not had any good intentions. As for the beautiful young girl next to her with a shrewd light in her beautiful eyes, Yang Kai remembered her name was Feng Yan. She was the granddaughter of Old Woman Feng. At this moment, Feng Yan was looking up and down Yang Kai with a pair of curious eyes, an eager look flashing across her beautiful face, as if she wanted to fight with Yang Kai to determine who was stronger and who was weaker. Yang Kai naturally had no interest in her. The other party was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. He could crush her with a single finger. He had heard of Tang Fu Shui before, the strongest master of Floating Mist Palace, a third-order origin returning realm master who was on par with Fei Ji Tu, Qian Tong, and the others. After all, Floating Mist Palace's strength on Shadowed Star was not bad. Tang Fu Shui continued, "If my Floating Mist Palace could obtain such a treasured land, we would naturally open our doors to accept the elites of our human race and contribute to the continuation of our human race's strength." Sect Master Yang, upon returning to the sect today, you immediately put on an air of condemnation. Could it be you want to drive us all away? As soon as this statement came out, many people's expressions changed drastically as anxious looks appeared on their faces. They had managed to escape to High Heaven sect with great difficulty, so if Yang Kai really drove them out, their good days would come to an end. In the future, they would likely have to face the encirclement of Corpse Spirit Religion's army at all times. In that kind of environment, no one could guarantee their own safety. When did I say that? Yang Kai sneered softly as he swept his eyes around. What are you afraid of? Everyone who was caught in his gaze quickly averted their eyes. Chapter 1683. When did this king feel guilty? Tang Fu Shui's face turned ugly as he retorted with a tough attitude. A chuckle suddenly rang out as Feng Yan, who was standing next to Old Woman Feng, gracefully bowed to Yang Kai before opening her beautiful eyes and saying, "Junior sister greets Brother Yang. Brother Yang, please don't be impatient. You haven't returned to High Heaven sect for a long time and don't know much about the situation here, so there may be some misunderstandings. Now that Corpse Spirit Religion is wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star, all of us have fled to High Heaven sect. Brother Yang, as High Heaven sect master, is the master of this place. Please consider the overall situation first. If possible, why don't we sit down and talk?" Old Woman Feng nodded slightly, clearly feeling that her granddaughter's words were very appropriate. Even Tang Fu Shui, who had momentarily lost his composure, calmed down slightly. "Who do you think you are? Whose junior sister are you? Don't try to curry favor with this sect master." Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently, not putting her in his eyes at all. Old Woman Feng's face sank. Feng Yan's beautiful face was filled with anger as she grit her teeth and clenched her fists. Myriad Beast Mountain, where she came from, was not weak, and she was the granddaughter of Old Woman Feng, so her aptitude was quite good. Although she was not as famous as Wei Guchang and the others, she was still one of the best rising stars on Shadowed Star. Coupled with her beautiful face and shrewd mind, she had always been a target of pursuit for the young men of Myriad Beast Mountain and was regarded as a goddess. Even if the young men of other great forces saw her, they would definitely chase after her. She had seen too many people who were captivated by her beauty. As such, she had never put men in her eyes and felt that all men in this world were idiots who could be controlled by her. However, Yang Kai's reaction made her angry out of shame. Since childhood, she had never been insulted like this. It was as if she had taken the initiative to stick to someone's cold buttocks in public, making it impossible for her to back down. Just as she was about to open her mouth to refute, Yang Kai no longer paid her any attention. To Yang Kai, she was just an insignificant pawn. This made Feng Yan even more furious. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred and anger as she fiercely stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to bite off a mouthful of his flesh. I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Send someone out to explain the situation clearly to me. If this sect master still does not understand the situation, all of you will scram from High Heaven sect. Yang Kai's eyes swept around like a hawk as he coldly shouted. The audience was in an uproar. Those who had been avoiding Yang Kai's eyes and didn't dare to look at Yang Kai directly became angry and glared at Yang Kai. As for the experts who were hostile to Yang Kai from the beginning, they were all shocked. At this moment, the murderous intent in his eyes was obvious. Yang Kai sneered. His figure stood erect like a javelin, facing the various complicated gazes and emotions. It was as if he was in a violent whirlpool and he remained unmoved. What a joke. He had even fought with a second-order origin king like Luo Hai, a star master, so how could Yang Kai be afraid of these people? Although the people in front of him were all origin returning realm masters. There were also many of them, but if Yang Kai really wanted to kill them, it was likely none of them would be able to escape from High Heaven sect. The vicious looks in their eyes were no different from a prostitute throwing flirtatious glances at a blind man. After issuing the ultimatum, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to these people and instead spread out his divine sense, trying to find the people from High Heaven sect. However, after searching for a while, he couldn't find any clues from the 81 peaks. All the people from High Heaven sect had disappeared. This discovery made Yang Kai's face grow uglier and uglier. The current him. He could vaguely guess what had happened to High Heaven sect. One possibility was that everyone had been killed by these guys, which was why he couldn't find them. The second possibility was that they had all evacuated from the 81 peaks. As for where they went, Yang Kai could roughly guess. The former was unlikely, although High Heaven sect didn't have many people in the beginning. Their strength was mixed, but after subduing those from Star Emperor Mountain, even if High Heaven sect didn't have many people, they were not soft persimmons that could be easily crushed. With the people in front of him, wanting to kill Yi Shiyun and the others was somewhat unrealistic. So, there was only the second possibility left. Yi Shiyun may have evacuated High Heaven sect to the deepest part of the Lu Yen sand field. That was the place where Yang Yun was hibernating and was protected by the 3 blazing flame rings, making it impossible for anyone to enter. Yang Kai didn't know why Yi Shiyun had made such a choice, but she had her own difficulties. Just as he was releasing his divine sense and thinking about this, an old man suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists in a dignified manner. Sect Master Yang, this old master is Medicine Pill Sect's great elder Li Jianming. Sect Master Yang has just returned from a long journey and must have worked hard. Why don't you take a rest first before we discuss this matter in detail? Medicine Pill Sect. This sect was one of the most famous forces on Shadowed Star, and the reason for this was simple. The disciples of this sect were skilled in alchemy. Just like Medicine King's Valley status in the capital world, Medicine Pill Sect also had a special status on Shadowed Star. Medicine Pill Sect had 5 elders, all of whom were origin-grade low-rank alchemists. On Shadowed Star, these were extremely precious talents. Even Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had to treat these 5 with respect, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Li Jianming, as the great elder of Medicine Pill Sect, was a famous existence on Shadowed Star, on equal footing with the sect masters of the various great forces. Naturally, he was qualified to stand up and speak. When the old man spoke, he stroked his white beard and looked at Yang Kai with a smile as if he was saying, "Give this old master some face." Yang Kai just glanced at him faintly before saying coldly, "There is still half a cup of tea left. If you want to compete with this sect master in terms of patience, this sect master is happy to accompany you, but what happens after half a cup of tea, this sect master cannot guarantee." After saying so, Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, like a ferocious beast. Li Jianming's face changed as he angrily shouted, "Isn't Sect Master Yang being a bit too unreasonable? We came here to greet you, yet Sect Master Yang doesn't give us any face and even dares to speak such words that disregard the righteousness of the human race? Aren't you afraid of courting disaster?" Yang Kai's eyes were cold as he stared at Li Jianming like a sharp sword. Although this old man was an origin-grade alchemist, his cultivation wasn't very high, only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so he couldn't bear Yang Kai's gaze and was forced to take 2 steps back. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't want to kill him, otherwise Li Jianming would have been seriously injured. "Bold!" Tang Fu Shui suddenly shouted, a murderous light flashing across his eyes. "You dare attack elderly? Boy, you have no respect for your elders. You are the sect master of a great sect, yet you act on your own whims. Fine, this old master will teach you a lesson so you know how to behave in the future." Tang Fu Shui shouted as he pushed his Saint Qi. His Saint Qi was of the fire attribute, so after circulating it, his entire body began to burn, making him look like a fireball with terrifying momentum. Tang Fu Shui simply stretched out his hand and summoned a huge flaming hammer from the void and smashed down towards Yang Kai. If it were any other origin returning realm master, they wouldn't have been able to easily deal with this flaming hammer, but this was the full-powered blow of Floating Mist Palace's palace master. Even Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi and Lin Yu Rao, who had been standing silently behind Yang Kai, showed dignified expressions. Yang Xiaozhu even took a step forward, preparing to take action. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to stop him and laughed, "Good, good, good, someone finally couldn't help but take action. Since you court death, don't blame the sect master." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai leapt up and met the flaming hammer head-on with a fierce look on his face. Returning to High Heaven sect full of expectations, Yang Kai suddenly found that the sect he had worked so hard to establish had been occupied by a group of completely unrelated people. His disciples and friends were all gone. Yang Kai had long been annoyed. However, before he could figure out what was going on here, he could only suppress his anger and communicate with these people verbally. Although it was unlikely, what if there was some kind of misunderstanding? However, Yang Kai had never imagined that his benevolence would be mistaken for weakness and that someone would be stupid enough to throw his life away. Yang Kai's anger completely erupted. "Courting death?" Tang Fu Shui sneered. Seeing Yang Kai actually meet his killing blow with his bare hands, Tang Fu Shui not only did not restrain his strength but also increased the output of his Saint Qi. In an instant, the flaming hammer expanded once again, and its might became even more intense. Countless people's eyelids twitched as they stared at Yang Kai, who was about to meet the giant hammer, many different thoughts running through their minds. The seemingly small figure and the huge flaming hammer finally collided, and in the next moment, Tang Fu Shui's face changed drastically as he was sent flying backwards involuntarily, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Voila. The giant hammer condensed from a third-order origin returning realm master's pure Saint Qi and secret technique actually collapsed mid-air, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Yang Kai's figure leapt out, his murderous intent and anger condensing into a stream of light as he rushed towards Tang Fu Shui. Under Tang Fu Shui's incredulous gaze, Yang Kai swung his fist and smashed it down. Tang Fu Shui's reaction was extremely fast. Facing such a punch, he desperately pushed his Saint Qi to form a protective barrier around his body while at the same time spreading out his shi in an attempt to escape. However, as soon as his shi left his body, it shattered as if it had encountered its natural enemy, causing his body to be fixed in place and the surrounding air to solidify, making it impossible for him to move. Yang Kai's fist rapidly expanded in front of his eyes. There were no Saint Qi fluctuations, but this fist was filled with an aura of death. Before this fist even arrived, Tang Fu Shui felt his Saint Qi barrier begin to shatter and his face begin to hurt. "No!" Tang Fu Shui screamed in horror. At this moment he no longer had the graceful bearing of a temple master, his face pale and his eyes filled with fear as he desperately tried to survive. Hong, Yang Kai punched him in the face. Chapter 1684. The onlookers who were not weak almost couldn't help jumping up in fright. From what they could see, Yang Kai's punch had directly smashed Tang Fu Shui's head into pieces. They could even clearly see the entire process of Tang Fu Shui's head being smashed, a scene that seemed to have been played countless times in slow motion. Everyone kept quiet out of fear as they stared at Kai Yang in a different light. The origin returning realm masters who had been looking down on Yang Kai were now filled with fear. They were well aware of Tang Fu Shui's cultivation and strength. Of all the origin returning realm masters present, Tang Fu Shui could definitely rank among the top 3. However, such a master had his head blown off by a single punch from Yang Kai, and he couldn't be more dead. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of using his Saint Chi at all. It was as if he had only relied on his physique and the strength of his fist to accomplish this feat. No one was stupid enough to think that Tang Fu Shui had underestimated his enemy or had somehow led to such an outcome. Tang Fu Shui was Floating Mist Palace's palace master and a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who had fought countless battles throughout his life. With his rich experience, how could he underestimate his enemy? And judging from the way he attacked, it was clear he had gone all out. But he was still killed in a single blow. In other words, Yang Kai's strength had far surpassed Tang Fu Shui's, which was why he couldn't even take a single blow. Tang Fu Shui was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so was Yang Kai an origin king? Thinking so, a series of gasps rang out as everyone felt their lungs fill with cold air. Kill everyone from Floating Mist Palace. Yang Kai shouted angrily, not willing to give up. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, Lin Yu Rao, and the other two had long been suppressing their anger, but Yang Kai didn't say anything. They could only wait and see, so when they heard Yang Kai's order, all of them let out a roar as they pushed their Saint Chi and domains and rushed towards the dozen or so people in front of them. These dozen people had come with Tang Fu Shui and were all wearing Floating Mist Palace robes, making them easy to recognize. Yang Kai obviously wanted to kill them all. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Yang Xiuzhu and the others rushed into the Floating Mist Palace camp, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the dozen or so origin returning realm masters from Floating Mist Palace had been completely subdued, encountering no decent resistance at all. Strictly speaking, Floating Mist Palace's force wasn't too weak, except for the dead Tang Fu Shui, who was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. There was also a third-order origin returning realm master, 3 second-order, and 7 or 8 first-order. However, they had long been terrified by Yang Kai's terrifying methods. Yang Xiuzhu and the other two were top powerhouses who had survived the blood prison, so how could they resist the onslaught of these 3? 10 breaths later, the square was filled with corpses. The smell of blood filled the air. Yang Xiuzhu and the others didn't say a word. They returned behind Yang Kai and stood there quietly. The entire audience was silent. Everyone could hear the fierce heartbeats in their chests as they looked at Yang Kai, Yang Xiuzhu, and the others. It was as if they were looking at a group of evil demons, their eyes filled with horror and panic. You actually dared to be so ruthless? Feng Yan's tender body trembled. She pointed at Yang Kai and said in an incredulous tone, "These are the last high-end combatants of my Shadowed Star's human race. If you kill them, who will fight against Corpse Spirit Religion's army in the future? Do you want to exterminate my Shadowed Star's human race?" Listening to her naive words, Yang Kai sneered, "Is that so? Since their combat strength is so high, why haven't they gone out to fight? Why are they hiding in my High Heaven sect instead?" Feng Yan was speechless for a moment and wanted to say something else, but old woman Feng suddenly glared at her. Feng Yan finally came back to her senses. Just now, she didn't know which nerve in her head had connected the wrong way to criticize Yang Kai's actions. Now that old woman Feng was glaring at her, her tender body couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, drenching her clothes. "My patience is limited," Yang Kai reiterated again. Everyone's complexion changed as they all stared at Yang Kai in fear, but no one spoke. Just now, relying on their numbers, they didn't take Yang Kai too seriously, thinking that no matter how angry Yang Kai was, he wouldn't turn hostile on the spot and would at least sit down and have a good talk with them. However, after witnessing Yang Kai's ferocious means and terrifying combat power, they realized they were wrong. This young High Heaven sect master didn't need to talk to them at all, he could slaughter everyone present by himself. In the face of absolute force, all schemes and plans were useless. After a long silence, old woman Feng sighed heavily and said, "There will always be new talents in every generation. We admit defeat. Sect Master Yang, please tell us." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I just want to know what's going on with my High Heaven sect." Old woman Feng turned her head and glanced around, but everyone who met her eyes quickly averted their eyes, obviously not daring to speak to Yang Kai. Old woman Feng's expression dimmed as she said miserably, "Sect Master Yang, it's a long story, but we were forced into a corner. It seems you still want to test my patience." Yang Kai smiled wickedly as he began to circulate his Saint Chi. Old woman Feng's face changed drastically as she hurriedly retreated and assumed a fighting stance. I'll tell you what happened to High Heaven Sect. At that moment, a voice full of vigor called out from not far away. Yang Kai found this voice familiar and turned his head to see an old man with a face as black as charcoal walking over. Beside the old man, there was a man in his 40s following behind him. When they arrived at the square, the man saw the corpses all over the ground and exclaimed in shock. Treasure Trove Pavilion's Yen Pei and his disciple. Yang Kai had dealt with this auctioneer known as Old Black Face before and knew that he had a good relationship with Chen Tong, so although he was still annoyed he suppressed his anger and nodded. So it is Senior Yen. Sect Master Yang is too polite, this Yen will tell you what happened here. Old Black Yen Pei cupped his fists and quickly explained everything he knew to Yang Kai. Yang Kai listened carefully. 2 years ago, corpse spirit religion had appeared out of nowhere and its influence had snowballed like a rolling snowball. Many sects and clans had been exterminated and uprooted, and the reputable sects were the main targets of the corpse spirit religion. In front of such a powerful force in numbers, basically no great force on Shadowed Star could resist. Shadow Moon Hall, Floating Mist Hall, Colored Glass Sect, Clear Sky Sect, Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect. All of them were destroyed one after another, resulting in countless casualties. Because of High Heaven Sect's special geographical location, corpse spirit religion could not do anything to it. When Yang Kai was away, Yi Shiyun took charge of High Heaven Sect and did not sit back and ignore the situation on Shadowed Star. Out of righteousness, she frequently sent masters from the sect to rescue these sects. Yi Shiyun herself personally took action. However, although High Heaven Sect was not weak, in the face of a behemoth like corpse spirit religion, this kind of support was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Not only did it cause High Heaven Sect to lose a lot of strength, but it also failed to save the situation. In the end, High Heaven Sect was forced to open its gates and accept the fleeing cultivator. The thousands of people Yang Kai had sensed had come to High Heaven Sect for this reason. After entering High Heaven Sect, these people felt as if they had suddenly ascended from hell to heaven, a stark contrast that made everyone ecstatic. Outside, they had to constantly worry about being hunted down by corpse spirit religion, unable to even heal their wounds in peace. But inside High Heaven Sect, with the protection of the 3 blazing flame rings, they no longer needed to worry about such things. They could live comfortably and safely here, and even if the outside world collapsed, it would not affect them in the slightest. What's more, the world energy inside High Heaven Sect was the richest on all of Shadowed Star. Even Star Emperor Mountain could not compare to the weakest peak of High Heaven Sect. All of them deeply fell in love with this place. Before, no one knew the situation inside Luyen Desert, but after Yi Shiyun accepted them as refugees, they discovered that this place was simply a rich treasure trove. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure trove? The cultivator of every sect envied High Heaven Sect. If that was all, it would have been fine, as none of them were stupid enough to turn against High Heaven Sect as soon as they were accepted. But later, when Yi Shiyun wanted them to go with her to rescue other forces, the situation changed. They had come here with great difficulty and managed to save their lives, so how could they be willing to go out again and live in fear? As such, no sect cooperated. Instead, they were worried that their attitudes and practices would anger Yi Shiyun, lest they be driven out. As a result, after a series of conspiracies, they took the initiative and began causing havoc inside High Heaven Sect. Since High Heaven Sect accepted the masters from Star Emperor Mountain, its strength was definitely not weak, but in the past 2 years, many of its masters had died in battle outside, and almost all of those who returned alive were wounded, so how could it be a match for the joint forces of Shadowed Star's top sects? Yi Shiyun could only lead the people from High Heaven Sect to fight and retreat to the deepest part of Luyen Desert. This happened 2 months ago. With Yi Shiyun and the others retreating, these people naturally occupied High Heaven Sect's headquarters. Although they were also worried that Yi Shiyun would counterattack after her injuries healed, they were more afraid of corpse spirit religion, which had gathered outside Luyen Desert. If they stayed here, at least they could survive, but if they left High Heaven Sect, only death awaited them. So even though they felt uneasy, they each occupied a good location and stayed in High Heaven Sect's headquarters. That's what happened. After Old Black Face Yen Pei finished speaking, he fell silent. On the other hand, his disciple Ren Tianrue, who was known as Little Black Face, opened his mouth and argued, "My treasure trove pavilion did not participate in this matter, and there were also some other great forces that did not participate." Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered, "Even if you did not participate, you didn't stop it, did you?" Ren Tianrue's face turned pale as he stammered, "We reported to Great Elder Yi." "Then should the sect master thank you?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Chapter 1685. Being ridiculed by Yang Kai like this, Ren Tianrui opened his mouth to defend himself, but Yen Pei raised his hand to stop him. There's no need to say anything, this matter is our fault. Sect Master Yang may rest assured, this old master will take Treasure Trove Pavilion's people away from High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai gave him a deep look but did not say anything, simply turning his head to look at old woman Feng and the others and chuckling, Good, great Elder Yi is benevolent and righteous, but in the end he rescued a group of ungrateful wolves. Very good. The Origin returning realm cultivator on the opposite side all wore guilty and embarrassed expressions. Speaking of this matter, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. The people present were the upper echelons of the various major forces. Although most of them were as cunning as foxes and as ruthless as wolves, doing such a thing really made them feel ashamed. As such, in the face of Yang Kai's disdain, none of them could refute. They were even more afraid of provoking Yang Kai's anger and provoking him into a slaughter, so none of them dared to say anything. Old black-face Yen Pei stood to the side, feeling Yang Kai's thick murderous intent, his expression becoming extremely dignified. He wanted to say something but hesitated several times before eventually letting out a deep sigh and remaining silent. Who is the leader? Yang Kai shouted, sweeping his eyes across the crowd like lightning. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone involuntarily took a few steps back, and in the next moment, most people's eyes gathered on Myriad Beast Mountain's old woman Feng. Old woman Feng's complexion changed drastically as she shot a glance towards Yang Kai with dread. Yang Kai grinned. Old woman Feng no longer dared to remain in place, and with a loud roar, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from her withered body as she transformed into a stream of light. She rushed out. "Wanna leave? Leave your life behind first." Yang Kai shouted coldly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards old woman Feng. Old woman Feng, who was 1,000 meters away, suddenly felt the space around her solidify as a visible void crack formed around her, wrapping her in the middle and cutting towards her like the sharpest of blades. Sect Master Yang, if you have something to say, this old woman admits defeat. This old woman is willing to compensate you. Old woman Feng cried out loudly, but she did not have the courage to resist this strange method and could only circulate her Saint Chi to resist the suction force of these void cracks. Too late. Yang Kai remained motionless, his space force erupting once again. In the void, the spatial rifts buzzed in unison. It was as if they had really turned into swords, cutting through old woman Feng's body. In the next moment, the aura of this third-order origin returning realm master from Myriad Beast Mountain disappeared and his body became tattered. Most of the corpses had been banished into the endless void. He fell from the sky. He was smashed into a pool of meat paste. Yang Kai looked at the other people from 10,000 Beast Mountain. The faces of the higher-ups of Myriad Beast Mountain who had followed old woman Feng here suddenly paled. Some people knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. Some people begged for mercy while others, like old woman Feng, made a prompt decision and tried to escape, while others knew they couldn't escape and just stood there with ashen faces, circulating their Saint Chi ready to fight back at any time. Feng Yen was even more dumbfounded, her beautiful face filled with shock, as if she still hadn't recovered from her shock. Yang Xiaozhu and the others rushed out again, but this time without Yang Kai's order they knew what to do. 10 breaths later, all the higher-ups of Myriad Beast Mountain were wiped out, leaving only Feng Yen standing in place in a daze. The blood around her and the tragic deaths of her martial uncles and martial uncles finally sobered Feng Yen up. Her tender body trembled as her thoughts became chaotic and she made an unexpected move, rushing straight towards Yang Kai and shouting, "I'll kill you." Yang Kai just stared at her blankly, not showing any intention to stop her. Lin Yu Rao, who was standing behind him, took a step forward and waved her hand gently, sending out a stream of light from her fingertips. Feng Yan's beautiful eyes widened in an instant, and when she reached within 5 meters of Yang Kai, she suddenly fell to the ground, blood flowing from her slender white neck. At this point, all of Myriad Beast Mountain's members were dead, and this sect was completely erased from Shadowed Star. "You can't kill me?" From the crowd, a panicked shout suddenly rang out. "This old master is the top alchemist on Shadowed Star and has made great contributions to the human race. You can't kill me." Yang Kai looked towards the source of the voice and found that the speaker was actually Great Elder Li Jianming of Medicine Pill Sect. His face was pale and after seeing Yang Kai's bloody methods, he couldn't help collapsing. "It looks like your Medicine Pill Sect is also involved in this?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his figure flickering slightly as he arrived directly in front of Li Jianming and stretched out his hand towards him. Although Li Jianming was Medicine Pill Sect's great elder, in the end he was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Years of alchemy left him with no spare energy to devote to the martial Tao, so his cultivation wasn't high and he didn't have much combat experience. When Yang Kai sent out his palm, Li Jianming didn't show any intention of dodging and instead just yelled, "You can't kill me." Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him and simply smashed his head to pieces. "Stop." A belated shout rang out, and it wasn't until Li Jianming's head exploded that this voice reached Yang Kai's ears. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw the other elders of Medicine Pill Sect glaring at him. As soon as they met these cold eyes, the elders of Medicine Pill Sect felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and couldn't help shivering. The one leading them was another elder of Medicine Pill Sect. He was the one who had shouted just now. Seeing Yang Kai staring at him, this elder clenched his teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master Yang, we are willing to submit to High Heaven Sect, please spare our lives." As soon as this statement came out, everyone couldn't help feeling moved. Although Medicine Pill Sect didn't have many people, it had always been a proud and aloof sect. When Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were at their peak, it wasn't that they didn't have ideas about annexing Medicine Pill Sect and forcing its alchemists to work for them, but Medicine Pill Sect refused to compromise, so even if Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were envious, they couldn't do anything about it. Every year they could only cooperate with Medicine Pill Sect and provide them with a large number of materials to refine pills. But today the elders of Medicine Pill Sect were actually willing to submit to High Heaven Sect. Although Great Elder Li Jianming was dead, Medicine Pill Sect still had 4 origin-grade low-rank alchemists. There were also more than a dozen Saint King-grade alchemists. This was definitely a force that would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Any great force that controlled this force would be able to greatly increase its overall strength in the near future. Although the atmosphere in the square and Yang Kai's previous methods were chilling, when this elder from Medicine Pill Sect said this, everyone couldn't help looking at Yang Kai with some envy. "We are willing to submit, please spare our lives, Sect Master Yang." The other elders saw that the situation was hopeless, so how could they dare act tough? One after another, they lowered their formerly proud heads and expressed their submission. Yang Xiaozhu and the others raised their brow as they stared at Yang Kai with slightly excited expressions, seemingly wanting him to agree to Medicine Pill Sect's request. Yang Kai smiled playfully though, "I killed Li Jianming, don't you hate me?" The faces of the people from Medicine Pill Sect changed slightly, the elder who spoke just now saying, "A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, we just made the best choice possible." "Ah." Yang Kai chuckled lightly before his face sank and he waved his hand, "Kill them." Everyone from Medicine Pill Sect was startled, even Yang Xiaozhu and the others were stunned, none of them having expected Yang Kai to issue such a ruthless order. However, none of them hesitated and after a moment of daze, rushed out one after another. The elder from Medicine Pill Sect called out, "Sect Master Yang, this old master and the others are all origin-grade alchemists you." Before he could finish speaking he was killed by Chu Han Yi's palm. The people from Medicine Pill Sect didn't have much combat power, so Yang Xiaozhu and the others didn't need to spend much effort to send them to the underworld. However, everyone had a look of pity on their faces. The people they had killed were all alchemists capable of refining spirit pills above Saint King grade. In the past, they were existences that no great force had ever been able to invite, but now, they had all become corpses lying across the square of High Heaven Sect, their bodies gradually turning cold. Yang Kai on the other hand didn't care. If it had been anyone else they might have really left these people alive. After all, origin-grade alchemists weren't easy to find, especially on Shadowed Star. Every alchemist above Saint King grade was extremely precious. However, Yang Kai himself was an origin king grade alchemist, and his little senior sister's attainments in alchemy were even higher than his own, so how could he care about a few trivial origin grade low-rank alchemists? Giving them precious herbs to refine, Yang Kai was still a little uneasy so he decided to just kill them and save them the trouble of wasting materials. After dealing with the 2 culprits, Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill Sect, the anger and murderous intent in Yang Kai's heart finally subsided. Under everyone's shocked and worried gazes, Yang Kai exhaled and declared, "You now have 2 choices, submit or die." All the people here were origin returning realm masters so they weren't weak. Yang Kai indeed had the ability to kill them all, but relatively speaking Yang Kai was more willing to subdue them. Corpse Spirit Religion was currently wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star, and High Heaven Sect had suffered heavy casualties so it was now lacking powerful thugs. The people in front of him were the best choice. Little Black Face, Ren Tianrue, had also said that many great forces had not participated in forcing Yi Shiyun and the others to submit, while others had simply gone with the flow. As such, after killing the main culprits, Yang Kai wasn't going to investigate any further. Presumably, the blood of Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill sect would be enough to wake these people up. As soon as these words came out, the square fell silent. Everyone glanced around at each other, but compared to the panic they had felt just now, their expressions had finally eased a lot. They were really afraid that Yang Kai's murderous intent would soar and he would wipe them all out. With the means he had just shown and the strength of Yang Xiaozhu and the others, no one could resist. No one was stupid enough to question Kai Yang's tyrannical decision. Compared to his previous thunderous methods, the fact that he was willing to make such a choice was already a show of benevolence. Many people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Chapter 1686. So after a moment of silence, someone walked up to Yang Kai. This person was a man in his 40s or 50s, and after walking over, he cupped his fists with a dignified expression. This one is Extreme Path Sect Master Wang Taishan. I am willing to submit to High Heaven Sect and will obey Sect Master Yang's orders in the future. My Flame Shield Union is willing to follow Sect Master Yang's lead, even if it is a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, we will not refuse. Boundless Pavilion is willing. Immediately, more than a dozen large and small sects expressed their intentions and stepped forward to salute Yang Kai. Yang Kai simply stood in place, his attitude neither cold nor warm, appearing somewhat unfathomable. With the passage of time, more and more forces submitted to him. In the face of absolute strength, if they still did not recognize reality, it would be tantamount to courting death. These people had fled to High Heaven Sect to seek refuge, so how could they be willing to die here? Although Yang Kai's approach was a bit overbearing and his attitude was somewhat uncomfortable, at least they were able to survive. Colored Glass Sect is willing to join High Heaven Sect. From now on, Colored Glass Sect will no longer exist on Shadowed Star. I hope Sect Master Yang can be benevolent and accept us. A beautiful woman walked up to Yang Kai and said sincerely. As soon as this statement came out, the masters who had previously expressed their willingness to pledge their allegiance all stared at the speaker in disbelief. Yang Kai also glanced over with interest and found that he actually knew this woman. The current sect master of Colored Glass Sect, Gong Ao Fu. Strictly speaking, she was Dai Yuan's honored master, but for some special reasons Dai Yuan was not valued by Gong Ao Fu. On the other hand, Yin Su Dai was quite favored by Gong Ao Fu and was always with her, vigorously cultivating her. At this moment, the gorgeously dressed Yin Su Dai was standing beside Gong Ao Fu and even boldly throwing a few flirtatious glances at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled as he stared at Gong Ao Fu meaningfully and slowly said, Sect Master Gong, do you know what you are saying? Gong Ao Fu smiled, reached out, and brushed her long black hair behind her ear, saying lightly, This mistress is not a child, naturally she knows. Sect Master Yang need not worry. This mistress will take responsibility for her words. Submission and joining were completely different meanings. Before, the sects submitting to Yang Kai meant that although they would obey Yang Kai's orders, they were still not members of High Heaven Sect. They would retain their sect's name and status in their own sections. They would leave High Heaven Sect one day. He returned to his sect's headquarters. But if Gong Ao Fu wanted to join, things would be different. If she wanted to join High Heaven Sect, she would have to disband Colored Glass Sect. In other words, Colored Glass Sect was finished in her generation, but if Yang Kai was willing to accept them, they would become disciples of High Heaven Sect in the future. Sects without permission, sects to sect. This was definitely a very bold decision. After recovering from their shock, the expressions of all the Origin returning realm masters on the square changed, and soon, most of them showed looks of admiration. Naturally, they knew what Gong Ao Fu was thinking. Now that Yang Kai had made a strong return and displayed astonishing combat power, only High Heaven Sect was an absolutely safe place on Shadowed Star. Joining High Heaven Sect at this time was undoubtedly the right choice as it would provide Yang Kai with much better care. But understanding was one thing. If they were asked to give up their sects and join High Heaven Sect, not many of them would be willing. Cultivators had always attached great importance to their own inheritances. They were branded with the brand of their respective sect, which represented a kind of honor that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, an existence they were proud of and recognized. Even Yang Kai was no exception. That was why the force he founded on Shadowed Star was called High Heaven Sect, not Nine Heavens Holy Land or Soaring Heaven Sect. although the latter two sects had a close relationship with him, and he was even the holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. But no matter what, High Heaven Pavilion was his sect and he had a special feeling towards it, one that Nine Heavens' Holy Land and Soaring Heaven sect could not replace. Gong Ao Fu actually wanted to disband Colored Glass sect and join High Heaven sect, which showed that this beautiful woman had a much deeper vision than most of the people present. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to make such a decision that would bring shame to the name of her ancestor. Yang Kai stared straight at her, his eyes deep as if he wanted to peer into the depths of her heart. Gong Ao Fu did not show any intention of evading, nor did she feel guilty, simply staring straight at Yang Kai with clear eyes. Does Sect Master Yang despise my Colored Glass sect for being too weak? Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond for a long time, Gong Ao Fu could not help feeling a little nervous. Colored Glass sect has suffered such a disaster, so there really aren't many disciples left. Only 50 people followed this mistress to High Heaven sect, but of these 50, 10 are Origin returning realm masters while the rest are Saint Kings. Being able to have 50 people escape is not bad, Yang Kai praised casually, still not expressing any intention to take a stand. Gong Ao Fu could not help feeling a little embarrassed. This mistress knows that there may have been some unpleasantness between Colored Glass sect and Sect Master Yang before, but if Sect Master Yang can accept this mistress in the future, this mistress will be willing to sacrifice her life for him. For a woman to be able to say such words, she must have made a great deal of determination. Even an average man would not be able to utter such bold words. As soon as these words fell, Gong Ao Fu shouted again, Su Dai, kneel down and apologize to Sect Master Yang. I know you've done something to make Sect Master Yang angry before. Hearing this, Yin Su Dai's tender body trembled as she shot a pitiful look towards Yang Kai, but she did not show any intention of disobeying Gong Ao Fu and really knelt down in front of everyone, pleading softly, Su Dai was not sensible before and offended Sect Master Yang. I ask Sect Master Yang to be magnanimous and not bother with me. She was now a master of the First Order Origin returning realm, so if not for Gong Ao Fu's order, it would have been impossible for her to do such a disgraceful thing. Otherwise, if word of this were to spread, she would never be able to see anyone again. Sect Master Yang, you? Gong Ao Fu looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before narrowing his eyes and turning to Gong Ao Fu. I want to know where Dai Yuan went. Does Sect Master Gong know her whereabouts? Dai Yuan was definitely one of Yang Kai's few friends on Shadowed Star. Although their friendship was not too deep, it was definitely not shallow. However, since Yang Kai had appeared until now, he had not been able to find any trace of Dai Yuan. It stood to reason that if Dai Yuan had really fled to High Heaven sect, she would have definitely appeared. However, Yang Kai's failure to find her made him a little annoyed, wondering if Dai Yuan had met with some kind of accident. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Gong Ao Fu actually breathed a sigh of relief and smiled tenderly. If Sect Master Yang is worried about the safety of this mistress disciple, this mistress can assure you that there is no need for such concern. What do you mean? Dai Yuan retreated to the deepest part of Lu Yen Sandfield with Great Elder Yi that day, so she is now very safe. Yang Kai's expression changed as he could not help feeling a little emotional. Dai Yuan retreating to the deepest part of Lu Yen Sandfield with Yi Shiyun was something Yang Kai could more or less guess. Presumably, Dai Yuan did not want to associate herself with these people in the square, so she left the sect without hesitation and chose Yi Shiyun's side. There was definitely a reason for this. If it were not for his friendship with Dai Yuan, she would not have committed such a betrayal of her sect. Yang Kai felt a little moved in his heart. He did not have many friends on Shadowed Star, but each one of them was worthy of deep friendship. There was no need to mention Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. In order to rescue Fei Ji too, they had willingly thrown themselves into a trap, disregarding their own lives. Dai Yuan's actions were tantamount to betraying her sect. This mistress wonders if Sect Master Yang is satisfied with this answer? Although Gong Ao Fu asked this question, her face was full of smiles. She had already guessed what Yang Kai was thinking, so there was no longer any uneasiness on her face. Yang Kai laughed, stretched out his hand and pulled Yin Su Dai up, nodding. Since Sect Master Gong has such intentions, Sect Master would appear too unreasonable if he refused. From now on, Colored Glass sect's disciples will be my High Heaven sect's disciples. I hope we can share trials and tribulations together. Gong Ao Fu got the answer she wanted and was overjoyed. Many thanks for Sect Master's approval, this mistress greets Sect Master. She immediately changed the way she addressed Yang Kai, drawing closer the relationship between herself and Yang Kai. Disciple greets Sect Master. Yin Su Dai also bowed gracefully, her pretty face blushing slightly, causing one's imagination to run wild. However, Yang Kai, who knew her temperament well, naturally would not be deceived by her pretentious appearance. This little girl cultivated charm techniques, so it was easy for her to change her temperament to attract a man's attention. She didn't even think about letting go of Yang Kai's hand and simply held it tightly, a look of pure bliss on her face. Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he glanced at her meaningfully, pulling back his hand without a trace before saying, "Sect Master Gong's strength is extraordinary. Since you have entered High Heaven Sect, you will serve as an elder. The original disciples of Colored Glass Sect will all be under your command." Gong Ao Fu's mouth opened slightly as her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Although she would not be ostracized or oppressed after entering High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai did not disperse the original disciples of Colored Glass Sect and instead allowed Gong Ao Fu to lead them, even granting her the position of elder, naturally moved this beautiful woman greatly. If there is an opportunity in the future, Elder Gong can also restore the glory of Colored Glass Sect. Sect Master will not restrict you. Yang Kai thought for a moment before throwing out another bombshell. This time, Gong Ao Fu immediately showed a look of loyalty, her eyes slightly red as she bowed deeply. "This mistress thanks Sect Master for his kindness. This mistress will do her best to contribute to High Heaven Sect and will not fail to live up to Sect Master's high expectations." This time she was truly dead set on following Kai Yang. Joining High Heaven Sect was just a stopgap measure to protect the last of Colored Glass Sect's bloodline, but she had never expected to receive such a great reward in return. How could Gong Ao Fu not be moved? For a time the people from the other sects showed looks of regret. Chapter 1687. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would be so kind as to allow Colored Glass Sect to be rebuilt in the future. If they had known this would happen, they would have joined him long ago instead of scheming against him. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Although Yang Kai was easy to talk to, he was not a fool. After seeing the treatment Colored Glass Sect received, how could he accept it? Many people wore bitter looks on their faces, but they forced themselves to come forward and congratulate Gong Ao Fu. Gong Ao Fu was now an elder-level character in High Heaven Sect, so they naturally had to curry favor with her. Gong Ao Fu also seemed to shine brightly because of Yang Kai's words and responded to everyone with a smile, appearing quite generous and decent. After all, she was already a sect master, so it was a piece of cake for her to deal with this kind of situation. Yang Kai looked around before finally fixing his eyes on Yen Pei. Yen Pei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and no one could guess what he was thinking from the changes in his expression. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, he opened his mouth but eventually sighed and cupped his fists. "Sect Master Yang, take care, this old master will take his leave." Yang Kai chuckled, "Where does Senior Yen want to go?" Yen Pei frowned, "I don't know, I'll just take one step at a time." Corpse Spirit Religion's army was rampaging outside, and although Treasure Trove Pavilion's strength was not bad, it could not compete with Corpse Spirit Religion. Otherwise, Yen Pei would not have brought his people to hide in High Heaven Sect to seek shelter. Now that he was about to leave, his future was bleak, so he felt somewhat uneasy. "If Senior Yen does not disdain it, you may as well stay. Although my High Heaven Sect is not a great place to be, it is not a place to be. Although High Heaven Sect is not extraordinary, it is large enough to accommodate your Treasure Trove Pavilion's people." Yen Pei's body shook as his black face glowed with excitement. Looking at Yang Kai gratefully, he hesitated a few times before lowering his head and saying, "This old master is ashamed." When the masters from the other sects made trouble in High Heaven Sect last time, although the people from Treasure Trove Pavilion did not participate, they also did not stand up to stop them, only informing Yi Shiyun. For a benefactor who had accepted him and sheltered him, doing so would undoubtedly be unethical. But now, Yang Kai didn't care about their former enmity and took the initiative to ask them to stay, repaying evil with kindness. This made Yen Pei feel a little ashamed. That was why he felt so ashamed. He knew that too. Yang Kai didn't have much of a relationship with Treasure Trove Pavilion. The few times they had interacted with each other, it was all about benefits. The reason why Yang Kai took the initiative to ask him to stay was because of Chen Tong. Yen Pei and Chen Tong had a good relationship. "Old Mr. Yen, you are too serious. After we survive this disaster, my High Heaven Sect may still need Treasure Trove Pavilion's help. I hope Senior Yen will not refuse when the time comes." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Sect Master Yang is too polite. In the future, if High Heaven Sect has any use for my Treasure Trove Pavilion, just let us know. Yan Pei said solemnly. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction, secretly thinking that old black-face Yan Pei was quite tactful. Yang Kai opening his mouth to ask Yan Pei to stay was indeed because of Qian Tong, but the main reason was that Treasure Trove Pavilion could not be underestimated. Perhaps their combat power was nothing in front of Yang Kai, but Treasure Trove Pavilion had many businesses all over Shadowed Star and had many channels that High Heaven Sect did not. If High Heaven Sect wanted to develop and grow, having such an ally was naturally not a bad thing. Moreover, the culprits who forced Yi Shiyun to withdraw from High Heaven Sect had all been killed, so Yang Kai's resentment had been vented, so he didn't intend to pursue this matter any further. If he had really killed all of these people here, it would have been a huge loss to Shadowed Star. Rather than dying at his hands, it would be better to let them fight against the corpse spirit religion and use their remaining strength. For a time, the square was filled with joy and harmony, but 90% of the masters present acted cautiously when facing Yang Kai, lest they upset Yang Kai. Only Gong Ao Fu and the others who had already joined High Heaven Sect acted more naturally. Yang Kai had not returned to High Heaven Sect for a long time, so he was very concerned about the sect's affairs. He was also quite concerned about the injuries of Yi Shiyun and the others, so naturally he had no intention of continuing to chat with them. After waving his hand and telling them to return to their residences, he summoned the people aboard the starship and had them come down together. Yang Kai did not need to greet these people as Yang Xiuzhu and the others had arranged for them. Yang Kai hurried to Lu Yan's sixth layer of the sand field. What surprised him though was that before he even flew out of High Heaven Sect, he saw a large mass of light approaching him from the distance. The aura at the head of this group was very familiar. Who else could it be but Yi Shiyun? Yang Kai was stunned but soon understood. Although he had only fought in the square for a short time, he had still caused some disturbances. Yi Shiyun had probably noticed this and had brought the original High Heaven Sect disciples out from the depths of the sixth layer. Since they had returned, Yang Kai stood in place and waited. A moment later, a group of more than 200 people, led by Yi Shiyun, landed not far in front of Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai had time to observe Yi Shiyun's situation, he heard Great Elder Yi ask, "Have you dealt with them all?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment before smiling. "Does Great Elder trust me so much?" Yi Shiyun said lightly, "You are the sect master, who else can I trust but you?" Yang Kai sighed and nodded, "It's been dealt with." Yi Shiyun looked towards the square and said softly, "The smell of blood is very strong, many people must have died, right?" Yang Kai sneered, "Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, and Floating Mist Palace, all three forces were annihilated." Yi Shiyun didn't have much of a reaction, but the people behind her all showed a look of excitement, as if they had finally gotten their revenge. It was these three sects who had misled the other masters into opposing High Heaven Sect, and in the end Yi Shiyun had no choice but to retreat. Sect Master. Chang Chi suddenly walked out from the rear and bowed to Yang Kai. "Sect Master should know that the reason Great Elder led us to withdraw from headquarters was not because we were no match for those bastards, but because Great Elder was afraid the fighting would affect the sect's disciples. My High Heaven Sect's bloodline is still thin and cannot afford to suffer any losses." "I know," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chang Chi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and without saying anything he respectfully retreated behind Yi Shiyun. Yang Kai had thought that the reason why Yi Shiyun had retreated to the depths of the Luyan Desert was indeed because she was outnumbered. After all, there were simply too many enemies, but after seeing the situation of these people, he immediately speculated the real reason. Although the number of people in front of him was much smaller than when he left High Heaven Sect, and almost all of them were injured, Yi Shiyun seemed to be fine. If she had really displayed her strength, how could Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, and Floating Mist Palace have been able to drive her away? The reason she had bravely retreated was entirely to take care of the others in the sect. She might be able to fight 10 enemies alone, but the others were not, especially the disciples of the Haiku family who had followed Yang Kai from the beginning. These people's cultivations were only around the Saint King realm. If Yi Shiyun had not retreated, they would have died without an intact corpse. In other words, if Yi Shiyun had chosen to fight to the death in that battle, High Heaven Sect would not have had a good end, and at least half of the people in the square would have died. Since Sect Master understands this palace has nothing to say, Yi Shiyun nodded lightly, her expression as cold as ever. "How are Great Elder's injuries?" "On the way back, I heard that you fought with 2 masters from Corpse Spirit Religion and were seriously injured." "And they were indeed strong. I was not their opponent when fighting 2 of them alone, but there are no problems now. I should be able to fully recover after a month or so of rest." That's good. There will be many people moving into the sect soon, so Great Elder will be needed to make arrangements. Yi Shiyun glanced over at Yang Kai and snorted, "You seem to be quite happy." Yang Kai laughed, "That's not my strong suit. Moreover, I've been away from the sect for 7 or 8 years now, so I really don't know much about it." "Forget it, I'll make the arrangements when the time comes." Yi Shiyun took over. The group of more than 200 people quickly returned to the headquarters. When Yang Kai released nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans from the sealed world bead, even the calm Yi Shiyun could not help feeling a little moved. Although she had been warned by Yang Kai that a large number of people would be moving into High Heaven sect, she had not expected it to be such a huge number. What's more, these people were all brought back by Yang Kai from their homeland, so there was no need to consider their loyalty. In other words, in terms of numbers alone, the current High Heaven sect had completely surpassed any great force on Shadowed Star. Of course, it still could not be compared to Corpse Spirit religion. Now, more and more people were joining Corpse Spirit religion, and almost half of all Shadowed Star had fallen into the clutches of its army. With nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans, how to deal with them was definitely a problem. However, Yang Kai did not need to worry about this at all. After Yi Shiyun gathered the top masters of the human, monster, and demon races, she asked them about their respective requirements and quickly arranged for them to settle down in different mountain peaks. These mountain peaks all had ready-made secluded palaces and buildings, so the 3 clans only needed to tidy up a little before they could move in. As for the original members of High Heaven sect, they still lived in their respective residences without any changes. In just a single day, Yi Shiyun had managed to arrange all of this in a hurry. High Heaven sect had absorbed nearly 10,000 new blood at once, so it was easy to imagine that at some point in the future, it would truly become the #1 sect on Shadowed Star. After nearly 10,000 people poured into High Heaven sect, less than a fifth of the 81 mountain peaks had been occupied, leaving the rest still unclaimed. The masters from other sects who had come here to seek refuge could only watch with envy, but there was nothing they could do. What's more, most of them had offended High Heaven sect before, so although Yang Kai was no longer pursuing them, they still lived cautiously, lest they offend Yang Kai somehow and be swept out the door. Over the next few days, Yang Kai patrolled the various mountain peaks alone, investigating the integration of the human, monster, and demon clans. The results were naturally good. No one from the 3 clans was dissatisfied with this place. Compared to Tongshen Realm, Shadowed Star was simply a cultivation paradise, not to mention that High Heaven sect occupied the most fertile land on Shadowed Star. Chapter 1688. After the situation in the sect stabilized, Yang Kai began to deal with other matters. The first thing he needed to do was naturally heal Yi Shiyun and the others. Of the original High Heaven sect disciples, Yi Shiyun was not the only one who was injured. 90% of the other Origin returning realm masters were also injured. These injuries were all left behind during the battle with Corpse Spirit Religion's masters. Injuries caused by Corpse Chi were very difficult to heal, as the insidious Corpse Chi had a corrosive effect that hindered the circulation of High Heaven sect's Saint Chi. Only by using a special detoxification spirit pill could they be healed. Previously, they had not been able to recover from their injuries and had been forced to use their powerful cultivations to suppress them before using their Saint Chi to slowly dissolve them. This process was very long. However, after Yang Kai returned, everything changed. He teamed up with little senior sister Xianing Chang to refine a special kind of spirit pill that could detoxify Corpse Chi. After giving one to each of the injured people, the Corpse Chi disaster was instantly resolved. Without the Corpse Chi with their cultivations, it was naturally not difficult for them to recover, not to mention that Yang Kai had also refined a large number of pills for them to take. As such, in just 10 days the problem that had plagued the masters of High Heaven sect for countless days was resolved, and the high-end combat power of High Heaven sect was completely renewed. In this incident, because of Yi Shiyun's wise decision, High Heaven sect did not suffer any losses. On top of that, before she left, she took away some of High Heaven sect's precious treasures, including the red candle fruit, the 10,000-year incense, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree. On the whole, High Heaven sect's headquarters had not suffered any losses other than being occupied by someone else. After Yi Shiyun returned, the red candle fruit, the 10,000-year incense, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree were placed in specific places again. The former was the key to refining the Origin King pill, while the latter two were great aids to a cultivator's breakthrough. Both had unimaginable significance and role for the entire sect. 10 days later, High Heaven sect was completely settled. In the main hall, Yang Kai summoned all the high-level members of High Heaven Sect. No one knew what he was going to do, but they all gathered together on time to listen to his speech. Yang Kai didn't have much to say, first expressing his gratitude to the elders for their silent contributions over the years, then looking forward to the bright future of High Heaven Sect. They were all topics that were neither painful nor itchy. In the end, Yang Kai suddenly smiled mysteriously and turned to the crowd. On this trip, I brought some good things for everyone. Although these things may not be able to play the greatest role on Shadowed Star, they can be used to their full potential. However, it will definitely allow you to glimpse the barrier to the Origin King realm. He believed that as long as he accumulated enough. In the future, as long as I can get rid of the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, I can smoothly break through to the Origin King realm. As soon as he said this, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, as if they were unable to digest the news he brought. Even Yi Shiyun was taken aback, staring at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing what he was talking about. The Origin King realm had always been a legend on Shadowed Star, a barrier that even Yi Shiyun could not break through. Although she did not choose to leave Shadowed Star with Yang Kai and instead chose to stay behind, that did not mean she had no desire to break through to this realm. On the contrary, her desire to break through to the Origin King realm was stronger than anyone else's because she already had the qualifications to break through to the grand accomplishment stage. It was only because she had to protect Yang Yen that she chose to stay behind, lest there be no one to oversee the sect and an accident occur. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's words, she was naturally very concerned. "Sect Master, what is this mysterious thing?" Gong Ao Fu asked with a smile. Although she had just joined High Heaven Sect as an elder, she had quickly integrated into the sect and was not a bad person. In less than half a month, she had already gained the recognition of her existence by the original High Heaven Sect Elder Committee. As such, she still had some say in this meeting. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously, looking forward to his answer. "It's this." Yang Kai did not keep them in suspense and instead stretched out his hand, grasped at the void and took out a crystal-like object. As soon as this crystal appeared, a soft and mysterious power filled the hall, causing all the Origin returning realm masters present to show looks of shock and confusion. Although they could not see through the true essence of this power, they felt that it was more profound and mysterious than Sure, as if it was an upgraded version of Sure. Territory Stone. Yang Xiuju's eyes were sharp and he immediately recognized the origin of this crystal. Chu Han Yi and Lin Yu Rao also recognized it and exclaimed, their eyes flashing with pleasant surprise. "What is a territory stone?" Yi Shiyun's brow furrowed slightly. Of everyone present, her cultivation was the highest, so she was naturally aware of the indescribable mysteries contained in this crystal. She had only probed it slightly, but she felt as if her soul was being cleansed. It was easy to imagine what kind of benefits she could obtain if she cultivated with this crystal for a long time. Yang Kai glanced at Yang Xiuju with a smile and motioned for him to explain. Yang Xiuju did not refuse and immediately explained the origin and function of this territory stone. When they heard that this thing was actually a treasure condensed from the territory of an Origin King realm master, the eyes of everyone in the hall lit up. After hearing that by sensing the mysteries of this territory stone, one could see through the power of a territory, all the elders in the hall breathed heavily as they stared unblinkingly at the territory stone in Yang Kai's hand, like a group of perverts who had just seen a naked beauty. Everyone's eyes flashed with naked lust. Territory stones are very precious treasures in the blood prison and can only be produced in Green Mountain Star's blood prison. Each piece is priceless. Although this Yang entered the blood prison once, he had no chance to obtain such a treasure, but Elder Lin's luck was quite good and she managed to obtain one. Yang Xiuju looked at Lin Yu Rao with envious eyes. Lin Yu Rao smiled and took out a territory stone from her space ring and shook it gently. Chu Hani watched from the side, envious to death. When they entered the blood prison, the three of them had separated, and although they did not encounter any disasters due to their tyrannical cultivations, they did not gain many benefits either. On the other hand, Chen Tong had broken through his own bottleneck after leaving the blood prison and broke through to the Origin King realm. If one could obtain a territory stone, they would be able to comprehend the power of territory and scrupulously, an irresistible attraction to any Origin returning realm master. Elder Lin really has good luck. Chang Chi sighed to the side. However, Chang Chi, Howen, Ning Xiang Chen, Huang Wan, and the others did not care much. After all, their cultivations were only at the first order Origin returning realm, so even if they obtained a territory stone, their cultivations would not be able to keep up and they would not be able to comprehend the power of territory in a short time. They could only rely on territory stones to strengthen their Sure. After all, territory stones were the evolution and upgrade of Sure, so comprehending the mysteries of territory stones was extremely helpful to the cultivation of Sure. That being said, the importance of territory stones to origin returning realm masters was still not negated. Yi Shiyun was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, "Sect Master, if it is convenient, Gong would like 10 territory stones." A burst of gasps sounded as Yang Xiuzhu and the others turned their heads and stared at Yi Shiyun with incredulous eyes. Others did not know the preciousness of territory stones, but Yang Xiuzhu and the others were well aware. The three of them had taken a trip to the blood prison, and only Lin Yu Rao had been lucky enough to obtain a single territory stone, but Yi Shiyun actually wanted 10 at once. This was simply an exorbitant demand. This was not in line with Great Elder's style at all. Was this really the Great Elder that everyone respected and respected? Why did she seem no different from a common scoundrel? Yang Xiuzhu and the others could not help feeling a little dazed. Yi Shiyun snorted softly, "Do you think Sect Master only has this one?" With Sect Master's personality, if he did not have a great harvest, how could he display it so openly in front of so many people? He is not a child, someone who likes to show off and show off everywhere. Hearing her say this, Yang Xiuzhu and the others came back to their senses and stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes, their eyes full of expectation. Yang Kai laughed dumbly and shook his head. "Great Elder really knows how to read people's minds. I can't hide anything from you." "Sect Master." Yang Xiuzhu gulped, feeling his lips go dry. "During my trip to the blood prison I did obtain a lot of territory stones. And a lot." Yang Kai had no intention of concealing anything and stood up to look at the crowd with a smile. "A lot? How much is that?" Chu Hanyi asked in a trembling voice. "Enough for each of you to obtain 10 pieces." Yang Kai smiled lightly. C. Yang Xiuzhu and the others gasped as they stared at Yang Kai with almost worshipful eyes. There were not many people in the hall, only about 15 including Gong Aofu and Dai Yuan who had recently joined High Heaven Sect. Gong Aofu knew that Yang Kai did not like Yin Su Dai very much and was instead quite concerned about Dai Yuan, so she had recently taken Dai Yuan along with her. As for Yin Su Dai, she was showing signs of falling out of favor and was not qualified to appear here. It seems that Gong underestimated Sect Master's ability and asked for too little. Yi Shiyun frowned slightly, her expression somewhat annoyed. Yang Kai laughed heartily. "If Great Elder wants more, I will naturally satisfy you, but with Great Elder's cultivation and comprehension of Sure, I think 2 or 3 pieces are already too much for you. Any more than that would be useless to you." "If Gong has no use for them, she can give them to others," Yi Shiyun said lightly, "but forget it, 10 is 10. Yang Kai did not say anything more and simply waved his hand, sending 10 territory stones to Yi Shiyun. Without seeing her do anything, the space ring on her hand flashed and the territory stones were stored away, displaying the demeanor of a master. "Sect Master." Yang Xiuzhu blushed as he rubbed his hands and stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Xiuzhu was not the kind of person who would flatter others. When he was on Star Emperor Mountain, his attitude was upright and unyielding. After joining High Heaven Sect, he was still like this, but this time he had no choice but to put aside his old face. A third-order origin returning realm master valued territory stones more than others. Although he failed to break through to the origin king realm this time, as long as he had a territory stone in hand and comprehended its power, the next time he left Shadowed Star, he had full confidence he would be able to break through. High Heaven Sect now had the ability to travel far, so Yang Xiuzhu believed that Yang Kai would take them away from Shadowed Star again. Chapter 1689. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Hanyi and Lin Yu Rao each received 10 territory stones. Yang Xiuzhu believed that with so many territory stones, they would be able to comprehend the mysteries of the territory's power. Coupled with their experience in the blood prison, the next time they left Shadowed Star, they would have a great chance of breaking through the shackles of the Origin King realm and reaching the peak. Everyone else was also given a different number of territory stones according to their cultivation. Yang Kai, who was at the second-order origin returning realm, was given 5 while Yang Kai, who was at the first-order origin returning realm, was given 3. As long as they could make good use of the gentle energy contained in these territory stones, it would not be a problem for them to condense their Sure to the grand accomplishment stage. It wasn't that Yang Kai was stingy and unwilling to give them more, it was just that it was useless to give them more. Although territory stones were consumables, they were different from Saint crystals. Each territory stone could be used for a long time. The territory stones given out by Yang Kai were definitely enough for them to use. After giving out the domain stones, Yang Kai took out a large number of artifacts from his space ring, each of which had different appearances but weren't of low grade. These artifacts were all spoils of war from Yang Kai's recent killing spree. Most of them had come from the monster race masters on Monster Star and were all origin grade or above, many of which were high rank. With these artifacts, Yang Kai believed that the strength of everyone present would rise greatly increasing their chances of survival in the future battle with corpse spirit religion. As for how these artifacts would be distributed, that was not something Yang Kai needed to consider, as Yi Shiyun would handle it. There were also a variety of cultivation pills. Yang Kai's space ring was like a veritable treasure trove, and everything he took out was astonishing. After dealing with these things, Yang Kai took Xianing Chang and Su Yan back to First Heavenly Palace. Since entering this forbidden zone, Yang Kai had been living in First Heavenly Palace. Although the area of this palace was not too large, it was definitely not small either. There were countless rooms inside. Previously, only Yang Kai lived here, but now Su Yan and Xianing Chang naturally lived here as well, accompanying him. Although High Heaven Sect was safe and there was no need to worry about encountering any danger, Yang Kai still hoped to increase the strength of his closest friends. There was no need to worry about Su Yan. Now she already possessed the Ice Phoenix origin power. With Profound Frost in hand and a third-order origin returning realm cultivation, on Shadowed Star, only Qian Tong would be able to do anything. The others were no match for her. How could Qian Tong attack Su Yan? Xianing Chang was about to break through to the second-order origin returning realm. Ever since he became the Star Master of Tongshen realm, her cultivation speed had become much faster than before, and she had been engrossed in alchemy over the years, which was coupled with her special constitution. Even if she did not deliberately cultivate, her strength was rising steadily, and she believed that it would not be long before she broke through. However, the first-order origin returning realm was still too weak. Yang Kai took out a turquoise artifact armor and a wheel-like artifact and handed them to Xianing Chang. Little senior sister, take some time to refine these two things, I believe they will be of great help to you. This artifact armor is so beautiful. Xianing Chang glanced at it but did not pay much attention to the wheel-like artifact. Instead, she was very interested in the turquoise artifact armor. Yang Kai chuckled, although I don't know what grade this artifact armor is, it is definitely Origin King grade. With it, very few people in this world can break through your defenses. Xianing Chang was not very proficient in combat, so as a defensive artifact, this artifact armor was undoubtedly very suitable for her. Junior brother, where did you get this? This thing must be very valuable, right? Xianing Chang looked left and right, somewhat unwilling to part with it. It doesn't matter whether it is valuable or not, what matters is whether it can protect you from me. Xianing Chang raised her head and glanced at Kai Yang. Pursing her lips, she smiled with a satisfied expression. This artifact armor was brought out from the blood prison. When Yang Kai obtained the Monster King's origin essence crystal, he also brought out the corpse of Mad Crocodile Monster King, so there was no reason for him to let go of his space ring. Mad Crocodile Monster King was a top master in the Third Order Origin King realm when he was alive, so how could there be anything poor in his space ring? It could even be said that most of the artifacts and pills that Yang Kai distributed in the discussion hall before came from Mad Crocodile Monster King's space ring. Compared with this Origin King grade artifact armor, the rest of the wealth in this space ring was not worth much, but it still could not be ignored. At the very least, the huge wealth in this space ring was enough to support the current High Heaven Sect for some time. Take this too. Yang Kai then handed over the wheel-like artifact to her. This wheel-like artifact was also an Origin King grade artifact, the sect-hallowed artifact of Heaven Battling Union, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. When Yang Kai fought with Heaven Battling Union's Union Master, Chu Zheng, and killed him, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel was one of his spoils of war and had been hidden away ever since. With two Origin King grade artifacts in hand, as long as she refined them properly, little senior sister would not need to fear any enemy below the Origin King realm. Xianing Chang did not say much and obediently put away the green artifact armor and the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel according to Yang Kai's request. Glancing over at Su Yan, who had been sitting quietly nearby, she quickly kissed Yang Kai on the cheek before running out like a frightened rabbit. Her steps were hurried as if she had done something shameful. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said meaningfully, "Ning Chang's courage has grown after being taught by you." Yang Kai chuckled wryly. He had nothing to give Su Yan. When he was in Iceheart Valley, the most important Ice Phoenix inheritance had been handed over to Su Yan, and Yang Kai had even given her the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal. With the assistance of the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, Su Yan's cultivation speed had greatly increased, and with profound frost in hand, Yang Kai believed she would no longer need to rely on other foreign objects. Yang Kai thought of Shanqing Luo again. When they parted ways in the Blood Prison, he had given her 200 territory stones and the Origin King Grade Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip. Yang Kai wondered how this dragon lady was doing now and whether her cultivation was going smoothly. Yang Kai also thought of Yang Inflammation. "Senior sister, you cultivate first, I'm going out." Yang Kai suddenly got up. Su Yan nodded gently, took out the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, sat down cross-legged on it, and held a piece of territory stone in her hand before closing her eyes and meditating. Yang Kai left First Heavenly Palace and went straight to the center of Lu Yen Sand Field. Although he had learned from Yi Shiyun that Yang Inflammation had been sleeping for many years and hadn't changed much, Yang Kai still wanted to see it with his own eyes. On Shadowed Star, Yang Inflammation was his closest friend, and if there were no accidents, this friendship would continue. However, Yang Inflammation's life was too complicated now, and no one knew what she would become after she truly woke up, so Yang Kai was naturally worried. The sixth layer of Lu Yen Sand Field didn't cover a large area, only a few kilometers in radius. Holding the Star Emperor token in his hand, Yang Kai easily passed through the barrier of Lu Yan's fifth layer and arrived in front of the bamboo forest. A lofty pavilion loomed behind the bamboo forest, and Yang Kai stepped forward. The sixth layer of Lu Yen Sand Field had always been a restricted area of High Heaven sect. In the past, only Great Elder Yi Shiyun could set foot here, no one else was allowed to enter, nor did they have the ability to. It wasn't until last time, when Yi Shiyun had to retreat to the sixth layer with her people, that High Heaven sect learned of the existence of such a place. However, the lofty pavilion was still a place where no one was allowed to set foot. Yang Kai naturally wasn't one of them. Passing through the bamboo forest, Yang Kai easily arrived at the lofty pavilion, swept it with his divine sense, and went straight up to the second floor. On the second floor, the decoration was simple, with only a wooden bed and nothing else. Lying on the wooden bed, however, was a woman wearing a black robe with an exquisite figure. It was none other than Yang Yun, whom Yang Kai had not seen for a long time. Her appearance was no different from the Yang Yun from Yang Kai's memories, but her temperament was a little different. When Yang Kai walked closer to take a look, he faintly felt a sense of oppression from Yang Yun. Even though she was asleep, she still exuded a frightening aura. It was as if just looking at her was blasphemy, a blasphemy against a divine being. Yang Kai was startled for a while before his complexion suddenly changed. Because in his field of vision, Yang Yun's appearance began to blur, and he could no longer see the scene in front of him clearly. At this moment she became illusory, as if she didn't exist, but also as if she was omnipresent. Yang Kai's divine sense was also pulled into an abyss by an invisible force, constantly falling down without end. Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and let out a low groan. A sharp pain shot through his body, and the feeling of his divine sense falling suddenly disappeared, allowing him to refocus his vision. Cold sweat broke out all over his body and seeped through his clothes. Emperor pressure, it's really terrifying. Yang Kai muttered with lingering fear. Even though she was asleep, the emperor pressure emitted by Yang Yun was enough to subvert Yang Kai's divine sense, so it was difficult to imagine what she would be like after waking up. However, Yang Kai had only come here to take a look at Yang Yun. After all, he had not seen her for so many years. When he was still very weak, it was Yang Yun who had always helped him. Without Yang Yun, there would be no Dragon Cave Mountain and no High Heaven sect today. Yang Kai was very grateful to her. Perceiving that there was no problem with Yang Yun and that she was still asleep, Yang Kai nodded secretly and prepared to turn around and leave. But just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly noticed Yang Yun's finger move slightly. This discovery caused Yang Kai's body to shake and he quickly came to a stop, holding his breath as he stared towards the wooden bed. An invisible force spread out from Yang Yun's body and wrapped around Yang Kai like the maw of a beast, not giving him any time to react or even resist. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai's vision blurred and he appeared in a somewhat familiar place. Below him was a roiling sea of flames that contained a terrifying energy aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Floating high up in the sky were a variety of different colored balls of light, and inside these balls of light, different scenes were constantly flashing at an incredible speed. Yang Kai was unable to see what these scenes were. This is Kai Yang wrinkled his brow, looking around. He quickly understood where he was. Knowledge see? Yang Kai exclaimed. Chapter 1690. Yes, this is my knowledge see, a voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Inflammation sitting cross-legged in the void, forming a strange seal. Her expression was solemn as various halos of light constantly appeared around her, giving her an extremely sacred appearance. She looked at him with a smile, no different from the Yang Inflammation in his memory. Is it you or her? Yang Kai frowned, not daring to be sure. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and asked, Is there a difference? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. It may be no difference to you, but it is to me. I don't want to be killed here by her in a fit of anger. Those are the great emperors of Star Field. I am one of the great emperors of Star Field. Yang Inflammation snorted. Forget it, it looks like it's you. Yang Kai relaxed. As long as it wasn't the legendary great emperors who were talking to him, there was no problem. Turning his head and looking around, he asked, Why are you looking for me? Nothing. Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head. I just felt your aura and brought you here. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He was no longer the ignorant boy he was in the past. His strength had also undergone earth-shaking changes. He was now invincible under the Origin King realm, and even dared to fight an ordinary Origin King. But in front of Yang Yen, he had become a small fish that could be pinched and squashed at will. Yang Kai was greatly shocked. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Yang Inflammation giggled. You don't need to undervalue yourself. To be honest, I have never seen anyone with a cultivation speed as fast as yours. Even in that place you are considered a top genius. All you lack is the tempering of time. As long as you are given enough time, you will be able to stand at my height one day. Are you trying to comfort me? Yang Kai glanced at her and frowned. What is this place you speak of? Yang Inflammation smiled but did not answer, appearing very mysterious. Seeing that she had no intention of explaining, Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Kai waved his hand. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask. Yang Inflammation gently nodded. Suddenly, her expression became serious. Although I have been in a deep sleep, merging my embodiment and soul, I am not completely ignorant of the outside world. I feel like something big has happened on Shadowed Star in recent years. 2 months ago, Yi Shiyun even brought some people here. What exactly happened? Is High Heaven sect? High Heaven sect is fine, but Shadowed Star is star. Shadowed Star is star. Yang Kai sighed, flew over to Yang Inflammation, sat down cross-legged, and told her about the situation with Corpse Spirit Religion's army. Yang Inflammation listened attentively before finally nodding. It turns out that below Grand Burial Valley, there was an underworld spring well. This is our fault. If we had not taken away the sun's true essence, that underworld spring well would not have reappeared. That's why I feel troubled. If it were any other matter, my High Heaven sect could simply ignore it and just stay in the headquarters. Even if the outside world was turned upside down, it would have nothing to do with me, but in the end this matter is partly my fault, so I can't just ignore it. Yang Kai sighed. Yang Inflammation obviously agreed with Yang Kai's point of view and thought for a while before asking, Can you go and meet the mysterious religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion? Are you interested in him? Yang Kai raised his brow. It's not that I'm interested in him, I just feel that his method of transforming corpse spirits and controlling Corpse Spirit Religion is very similar to someone I once knew. Who? Yang Kai was surprised. That person called himself the Corpse Emperor, and in the past he also controlled a race that called itself the Corpse Spirit Race, which is why I was interested. Corpse Emperor? Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, his expression changing a few times. Is he on the same level as you? Yang Inflammation was one of the great emperors of Starfield, and since this guy who called himself the Corpse Emperor dared to use the word Emperor, he was obviously in existence on the same level as Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation nodded lightly. Yang Kai's face instantly became extremely ugly. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled. You don't need to be so nervous, it's impossible for the Corpse Emperor to come here, so that person can't be the Corpse Emperor. I'm just guessing that he has some kind of relationship with the Corpse Emperor, perhaps an old acquaintance of mine. My old acquaintance has a good relationship with the Corpse Emperor, so it's not surprising that he knows how to transform corpse spirits. Yang Kai grit his teeth as he stared at Yang Inflammation. Even if that person isn't the Corpse Emperor, since he's your old acquaintance, he's definitely not someone I can resist. If I rush to meet him, wouldn't I be courting death? Of course I won't send you to your death. Yang Inflammation glared at Yang Kai. If that person is really as I guess, his strength will definitely not exceed the Origin King realm, at most a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. Shadowed Star has its own world principles, so as long as he remains on Shadowed Star, he won't be able to break through. Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly. If this mysterious religion master was really just a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, then there was nothing to be afraid of. However, what is the origin of that old acquaintance of yours that you care so much about? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Yang Inflammation was silent for a while before explaining, "You should know that the reason my body fell into a deep slumber was because I was seriously injured in a great battle, so I had no choice but to retreat to the Emperor Garden to recuperate. The old acquaintance I'm talking about is the one who injured me." Yang Kai tried his best to maintain the clarity of his mind and calmness of his soul as he asked bitterly, "Didn't you say that person died in that battle?" Yang Kai also knew some of the secrets of the past. The reason why the great emperors of Star Field fell into a deep slumber was because they had suffered heavy injuries in a great battle, and her enemy had been killed on the spot. But now, Yang Inflammation actually said that person might still be alive. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Someone who could injure Yang Inflammation. There was no doubt that this person was on the same level as Yang Inflammation and the Corpse Emperor. I smashed his body to pieces, but that guy's means of escaping are top-notch. Perhaps his soul managed to escape without me noticing. However, you can rest assured that his situation is different from mine. I was injured, but as long as I had enough time to recuperate, I would be able to recover, but his body was destroyed, so even if he wanted to recover, it would not be so simple. Especially on Shadowed Star. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Nodding, he said, "If that's the case, I can go and meet him, but even if what you said is true and the religion master of Corpse Spirit religion is that person, what do you plan to do?" Yang Inflammation shook his head. "It's not what I plan to do. It's you. If that religion master of Corpse Spirit religion is really him, you must kill him as soon as possible, otherwise when he recovers his Yuan Qi, the entire Star territory will suffer. You're one of the great emperors of Star Field. Can't you just slap him to death?" Yang Kai looked at Yang Inflammation resentfully. Yang Inflammation shook his head. "I can't act for the time being." Yang Kai suddenly felt like cursing, but after a long silence he nodded fiercely, "Good, I'll go and meet him. You have to be careful, he has always been sinister and knows how to manipulate others to work for him. He rarely shows himself, so if you find an opportunity you must kill him." "I know." Yang Kai responded casually. "Then go." Yang Yin waved her hand, and in the next moment, Yang Kai felt an invisible force pushing against him from his knowledge sea, trying to expel him from it. When he recovered, Yang Kai found that he was still standing beside the wooden bed. On the wooden bed, Yang Inflammation's eyes were closed, still in a deep sleep. Turning around, Yang Kai strode out of the loft. Although he had promised Yang Inflammation that he would meet this mysterious religion master, the other party's actions were so mysterious that even the white-robed corpse general he killed did not know his true cultivation or appearance. Finding him would undoubtedly be very difficult. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to act alone. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai immediately sent someone to send a message to Qian Tong. Now on Shadowed Star, Qian Tong was the true leader of the Shadowed Star field. With his Origin King realm cultivation, he would definitely play a vital role in the next operation. Shadow Moon Hall should have been stabilized, and if Yang Kai wanted to solve the problems on Shadowed Star, he would first need to eradicate Corpse Spirit religion. Qian Tong should be happy to join forces with him to deal with this mysterious religion master. Shadow Moon Hall was not close to High Heaven Sect, so even if Qian Tong wanted to arrive, it would take at least a month. While waiting carefully, Yang Kai was also improving his strength. In Iceheart Valley, Yang Kai used the Star Emperor token to fight with Luo Hai and broke through to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, only one step away from the Origin King realm. On the way back, Yang Kai's cultivation had also increased little by little, gradually approaching its limit, while his Sure had also reached the grand accomplishment stage. With the help of the power of the Territory Stone and his experience in the Blood Prison trial, Yang Kai also had his own understanding of territory. In other words, if it were not for the current conditions, Yang Kai could already begin to break through to the Origin King realm. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. His Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivation was also the foundation of the Origin King realm, so the more solid his Sure was, the easier it would be for him to form his own territory after breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai intended to leave Shadowed Star after solving the problem with Corpse Spirit religion while also dealing with a few things he had been worried about. These matters were crucial to improving his strength and figuring out the mysteries of Shadowed Star's territory. Time passed day by day, and High Heaven sect remained undisturbed as almost everyone was immersed in cultivation. They all knew that these days would not last long. Once the time was right, Yang Kai would definitely attack corpse spirit religion. At that time, even if they wanted to cultivate, they would not have time. It was for this reason that the masters in High Heaven sect began to cherish the time they had now. Every bit of strength they gained was a bit more life-saving money, allowing them to kill more enemies in the future battle with corpse spirit religion. After an entire month, Qian Tong arrived at High Heaven sect and immediately took charge of guiding the High Heaven sect disciples from outside into the headquarters. Since Yang Kai beheaded white-robed corpse General Kong Fei Rao, the corpse spirit religion army that had besieged High Heaven sect had dispersed. Now that High Heaven sect had finally restored contact with the outside world, they were more or less aware of the situation outside, so Qian Tong's journey here was unimpeded. Chapter 1691. After explaining his plan to Qian Tong immediately agreed. Qian Tong also understood the principle of capturing the leader in order to capture bandits. Corpse spirit religion had been like a rolling snowball in the past 2 years, becoming more and more powerful. The number of transformed corpse spirit race cultivators and human cultivators who had joined them was simply innumerable. Wanting to kill all of them was simply too difficult, so it was better to directly attack the root of the problem and kill the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion. After Qian Tong regained control of Shadow Moon Hall, he had also investigated and studied corpse spirit religion. All signs pointed to Grand Burial Valley as the source of corpse spirit religion's rise and origin. Before this, he had been considering whether to go to Grand Burial Valley to investigate the situation, but now that he had received confirmation from Yang Kai, he naturally had no reason to hesitate. Together with Yang Kai, he immediately left High Heaven sect and rushed to Grand Burial Valley. This time, Yang Kai did not bring anyone with him and only acted with Qian Tong. Even Su Yin was left behind in High Heaven sect by Yang Kai. Qian Tong was already an Origin King Realm Master, so his flying speed was naturally extremely fast. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was not as good as Qian Tong's, he was proficient in the Tao of Space, so in terms of speed alone, he was faster than Qian Tong. In just 10 days the two of them arrived at the Grand Burial Valley. When Yang Kai and Yang Yan came here last time, although Grand Burial Valley was filled with yin qi, making every cultivator feel uncomfortable, it was still acceptable. But now, when Yang Kai and Qian Tong arrived here and looked down from above, both of them could not help frowning. Down below there was a thick fog. The entire Grand Burial Valley was shrouded in this fog, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of them. This thick fog was obviously filled with extreme yin and cold corpse qi, which was also poisonous. Any living person who entered this fog, if they were not strong enough, would likely be invaded by this pervasive corpse qi and transformed into a member of the corpse spirit race. Using their divine senses, both of them found that there were many life auras hidden in this corpse qi. Very active. These were undoubtedly members of the corpse spirit race. This was just the periphery. There were at least several thousand of them, and it was hard to imagine just how many of them there were in the Grand Burial Valley. Let's split up. Yang Kai, if you run into the corpse spirit church's church master, don't hesitate. Remember to send me a message. I'll go kill them all first. There are simply too many of them, Qian Tong warned, and immediately turned into a streak of light, like a bolt of lightning. It rushed straight into the Grand Burial Valley. Wherever the light passed by, terrifying storms and thunderbolts could be heard. The Grand Burial Valley, which had been filled with corpse energy, was cleared out by the Qian Tong, creating a clear path. The surrounding corpse spirit race was in a complete mess. Qian Tong didn't seem to make any moves, but it simply released its own territory field. The Wind Realm territory field pulled in all the corpse spirit race within a radius of more than a dozen miles and crushed them into dust. He obviously didn't intend to hide his whereabouts, and actually killed his way in so brazenly. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and didn't care too much. With Qian Tong's current strength, there was really no opponent on Shadowed Star that he needed to care about, so he was fully qualified to do so. Moreover, by doing so he could attract the attention of Corpse Spirit Church and create an opportunity for himself to act. This was also the plan the two had discussed on the way here. In just a moment, the thousands of Corpse Spirit race people who had been detected by Yang Kai and Qian Tong were wiped out, not a single one surviving. The methods of an Origin King Realm Master could be seen clearly. Qian Tong was not satisfied, and he continued to advance with large strides. More and more corpse spirits were drawn out by him, and they were swept into his domain and died without knowing why. While Qian Tong was wantonly attacking and attracting most of Corpse Spirit Church's attention, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Following the memories he had last explored, Yang Kai went all the way inside. The origin of Corpse Spirit Church came from the underworld spring well in the Corpse Cave, which was the foundation of Corpse Spirit Church. Yang Kai naturally wanted to go straight to the Corpse Cave. If he could destroy the underworld spring well, Corpse Spirit Church would become a tree without roots, a source without water, and it would be much easier to completely eradicate it. Otherwise, with the existence of the underworld spring well, no matter how many members of the corpse spirit race died, they could be transformed into new ones. In the distance, rumbling sounds could be heard as strange voices constantly shouted. It was Qian Tong fighting with the masters of Corpse Spirit Church. Although he did not see this scene, Yang Kai knew that Qian Tong must have been slaughtering the corpse spirit race and forcing them to retreat. It only took him half a day to reach the entrance of the corpse cave. Along the way he encountered some corpse spirit race clansmen from time to time, but how could these small fries stop Yang Kai's pace and were all killed? The entrance to the corpse cave had not changed and was not even hidden, still behind the concealment spirit array. However, this spirit array had been broken by Yang Yen last time, so it could not play any role now. Inside the corpse cave, a thick corpse chi was constantly rolling out. The density and damage of this corpse chi was far greater than that of Grand Burial Valley. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate for a while before jumping into the corpse cave. The corpse cave was darker and more humid than before. Under Yang Kai's perception, there were many stone rooms inside the corpse cave and there were many traces of corpse spirit race activity. However, the commotion caused by Qian Tong outside was too great, so the corpse spirit race clansmen inside the corpse cave had long been alarmed and were rushing out in a steady stream, obviously wanting to provide support. After Yang Kai entered, he immediately hid in a nearby stone room to avoid the wave of corpse spirit race clansmen. His current task was to find the whereabouts of the mysterious religion master, so he did not want to expose his whereabouts prematurely. The corpse spirit race clansmen did not notice him, so after they left, Yang Kai frowned and looked around, seemingly sensing something. The stone room was pitch black, without the slightest light, but this did not hinder Yang Kai's observation. At first glance, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. He discovered that there were many complete corpses stored in this stone chamber. Each of these corpses was wrapped in a thick corpse chi like a cocoon. Under the nourishment and effect of the corpse chi, the corpses that were wrapped in the corpse chi had undergone some subtle and undetectable changes. They were gradually approaching the corpse spirit race. Some of these corpses could already be considered half a corpse spirit race clansman. As long as they could absorb the cocoon-like corpse chi around their bodies, they would inevitably become part of the corpse spirit race. Sure enough. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Previously, he had speculated about the method the corpse spirit race used to transform their clansmen. It was impossible for every member of the corpse spirit race to appear out of thin air and would require a complete corpse to transform. The source of these corpses was obviously the disciples of the various great forces and sects that the corpse spirit race had attacked and killed. They would transport these corpses back to the corpse cave and use the rich corpse chi here to transform them. In a short time they would be able to transform a new clansman. There were also times when the transformation failed. Yang Kai found some semi-finished corpses in this stone room without the slightest aura. These corpses had undoubtedly failed the transformation and were completely destroyed. The strength of a successfully transformed corpse spirit race clansman was directly related to their cultivation before death. The higher their cultivation before death, the higher their strength after transformation. Therefore, in Heavenly Fate City, the corpse spirit race clansman named Fang Fengqi needed Fei Jitu's body. In any case, Fei Jitu was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star. The corpses stored in this stone room did not have high cultivations before death, all of them below the Saint King realm. Most of them were just saints, with some even being transcendence or immortal ascension boundary. These transformed corpse spirit race clansmen were undoubtedly just pawns for the corpse spirit religion's army. However, in this corpse cave there were countless stone rooms, so Yang Kai guessed that the deeper he went, the higher the cultivation of the corpses would become before death. Yang Kai did not linger and continued deeper. Soon he found that his guess was correct. The deeper he went, the higher the cultivation of the corpses, gradually going from the Saint realm to the Saint King realm and then to the origin returning realm. However, the number of corpses was also becoming fewer and fewer. Yang Kai even saw a fully transformed corpse spirit race clansman crawl out of a cocoon-like object, as if he had been reborn. This corpse spirit race clansman roared towards the sky, his body exuding a nauseating aura, two sharp fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth, and needle-like white hair all over his body. Having just completed the transformation, this corpse spirit race clansman obviously did not know how to control his strength. Yang Kai continued forward without disturbing any of the corpse spirit race clansmen and gradually approached the place where he had obtained the sun's true essence. This place was originally the ancient Yang sect's treasure house. It had 3 floors, the innermost being where the sun's true essence and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were stored. Standing outside the treasure house, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, raised his head, and stared deeply into the depths of the room. Immediately, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he strode forward and walked in. Chapter 1692. The figure sitting in the chair was dressed in ordinary clothes, but his face was covered in a strange layer of energy. Even when Yang Kai used his divine sense, he was unable to see his true face. However, Yang Kai felt that this person was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. This discovery made Yang Kai frown. If his guess was correct, this person should be the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion. However, Yang Kai could not feel any corpse chi from him. In other words, this person was not a corpse spirit. Could it be that, as Yang Inflammation said, this person was the one who had fought with Yang Inflammation in the past, but had mastered a method to transform and control the corpse spirit race, allowing him to act so high and mighty? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, the man suddenly laughed and clapped his hands lightly, saying in a tone of praise, "You really found this place, your courage isn't small." Hearing this person's voice, Yang Kai raised his brow and his expression became strange. Staring straight at this person, Yang Kai felt as if he could see through the barrier and see his true appearance. The other party did not intend to conceal his identity, and the strange energy covering his face gradually dissipated, revealing a handsome face. "Lu Yi," Yang Kai called out. This guy was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, who had made things difficult for him several times and even tried to kill him. The first time Yang Kai had come into contact with him was when the Flowing Flame Sandfield opened. During the fight for the red candle fruit, Lu Yi had secretly tried to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai had fought with him for a while, and as a result, Lu Yi had managed to cut off one of Yang Kai's arms, allowing him to escape. Later, during the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had learned that Lu Yi was behind the Xie family. It was Lu Yi who instigated Xie Li and the others to attack Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai did not know what kind of hatred there was between him and Lu Yi that caused him to be so concerned about him. In the past, Yang Kai thought that Lu Yi simply hated him, but now, Yang Kai's mind suddenly flashed as he connected all the clues together and came up with a bold conjecture. "Perhaps I shouldn't call you Lu Yi, after all, this is just your body after possessing it." Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly, his expression confident. Lu Yi, who was sitting in his chair, was stunned for a moment, as if some secret had been revealed. Staring at Yang Kai in surprise, he muttered, "You actually guessed it? It seems this seat has underestimated you." "Is that so?" Yang Kai chuckled. "You and I first met in Luyan's soul cleansing soul. I obtained an origin essence crystal from there, and from then on, you never forgot about me. So, that origin essence crystal is yours?" Lu Yuan's handsome and peaceful face suddenly turned ferocious, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Yang Kai, where did you take it? Why has this master been unable to sense its aura all this time?" This matter was simply a nightmare for Lu Yi. If Yang Kai had not taken away the origin essence crystal, he would have been able to completely refine it. After seizing this body, Yang Kai only needed to fuse with his own origin essence crystal to restore at least half of his strength in an instant. Even if the world principles of Shadowed Star suppressed him from breaking through to the Origin King realm on the spot, leaving Shadowed Star with a peak origin returning realm cultivation wasn't a big problem for him. As long as he could find a place to retreat for a few dozen years, restoring his original cultivation would not be a dream. At that time, the entire territory of Shadowed Star would be his. But all of this was ruined by Yang Kai. Lu Yi could not even sense the existence of his origin essence crystal, let alone retrieve it. That was the crystallization and essence of his cultivation. Without it, with Lu Ye's current aptitude, restoring his strength would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After so many years, he had only managed to reach the third-order origin returning realm. This was simply unbearable. "Sorry, I've already fused with that thing." Yang Kai smiled and pointed to his head. Impossible. Lu Yi denied immediately as if he was looking at an ant, turning a contemptuous look towards Yang Kai and sneered, "With your strength, you want to fuse with my origin essence crystal?" The soul that possessed Lu Ye's body was in existence on the same level as the great emperors of Starfield when he was alive, so the origin essence crystal he left behind was naturally of extremely high grade. Even if an origin king realm master tried to fuse with it rashly, their knowledge sea would burst and their soul would be destroyed. Yang Kai only had the cultivation of a first-order origin returning realm at that time, so how could he have fused with it? Lu Yi obviously did not believe this kind of nonsense and only thought that Yang Kai was lying and had used some special method to hide the origin essence crystal, making it impossible for him to sense it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yang Kai shrugged indifferently. Of course, he had no obligation or need to explain clearly to the other party. With a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus, fusing with the origin essence crystal root didn't require him to do anything. Even he didn't know that this crystal root was an origin essence crystal until a long time later. Enough nonsense. Since you've come here today, don't even think about leaving. Where is this origin essence crystal? As long as I capture you, do you think I won't have a chance to ask? Lu Yi coldly snorted, his aura suddenly becoming violent and evil. Yang Kai laughed, "You're about to die, yet you're still boasting shamelessly." Lu Yi heard this and couldn't help being startled. The next moment, the entire corpse cave suddenly began to shake as an extremely fierce aura suddenly descended from above. This aura was so strong that Lu Yi felt as if he had been imprisoned, unable to move, only able to stand in place with an ugly expression on his face. Hong long long. The earth seemed to crack open as a huge rumbling sound spread from above. A moment later, a hole appeared above the palace where Yang Kai and Lu Yi were standing and a figure leapt out from it and sent a palm towards Lu Yi. Lu Ye's face changed drastically as he madly pushed his shur, trying to escape from this overwhelming momentum. But in front of this palm, everything he did was in vain. His shur was easily shattered and the palm fell. Lu Yi only had time to let out a pitiful cry before his entire body was crushed into a puddle of flesh and blood. Qian Tong landed, a look of suspicion on his face as he exchanged a glance with Yang Kai. Yang Kai also wore a stunned expression. Neither of them had expected that Lu Yi would be killed so easily. "Is that the religion master of corpse spirit religion?" Qian Tong asked in amazement. Yang Kai nodded, "Yes, that's him. This old master overestimated him." Qian Tong coldly snorted. Although he had never put this religion master of corpse spirit religion in his eyes, he hadn't expected the other party to be killed so easily, making him feel like he had punched cotton. Yang Kai didn't say anything, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. Subconsciously, he felt that Lu Yi couldn't have died so easily. After all, he had escaped from Yang Yun's hands in the past and hadn't even noticed Yang Yun. Even if Qian Tong was an origin king realm master, how could he compare to this guy in terms of cunning? Considering all this, Yang Kai was shocked and quickly released his divine sense, spreading it outwards frantically. Under the perception of his divine sense, the situation in Grand Burial Valley became clear to him in an instant. Suddenly, he noticed a strand of obscure aura that was fleeing towards the outside at an unbelievable speed, and it was concealed to the extreme. If it wasn't for him arousing suspicion in his heart and intentionally searching for it, he would probably really be unable to notice it. As this aura escaped, it carried with it a slight fluctuation of space principles. Elder Qian. Yang Kai let out a low shout as he suddenly thrust his hands forward and stabbed them into the void. Then he tore them apart and a void crack immediately formed. Qian Tong frowned. Although he didn't understand why Yang Kai was doing this, he still chose to believe him subconsciously and without even asking, directly entered the void crack with Yang Kai. Outside Grand Burial Valley, a corpse general in black robes was meditating in a secluded location. He seemed to have been sitting here for a long time without making any movements. At a certain moment, this black-robed corpse general suddenly trembled and his hidden aura climbed all the way to the peak of the third-order origin returning realm, not much worse than Yi Shiyun. Slowly opening his eyes, a look of resentment and shock flashed across his pupils as he ground his teeth and roared, "An origin king, an origin king. How could there be an origin king here? Old dog, this king will remember you, this king will definitely repay you for that palm strike. You won't have the chance." A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. The black-robed corpse general was shocked and quickly turned around, only to see a void crack open silently and Yang Kai and Qian Tong step out from it. The black-robed corpse general was shocked and without even thinking about it, He immediately roared and tried to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Qian Tong shouted angrily, his territory suddenly expanding and wrapping around the black-robed corpse general. Yang Kai didn't take action and instead just stared at the black-robed corpse general while pushing his divine sense to the limit to pay attention to his movements. The black-robed corpse general Yang Kai had seen him before and should have been brother to the white-robed corpse general Kong Fei Rao, but at this moment he had been occupied by Lu Ye's soul and had become a completely different person. Although the peak of the origin returning realm was powerful, in front of Qian Tong, it was nothing. The moment the black-robed corpse general's body was pulverized and his soul extinguished, Yang Kai noticed a hidden aura leaping through space, directly leaving this place and arriving a few hundred kilometers away without pausing for a single moment. This was obviously the aura of Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master. If Yang Kai wasn't proficient in the Tao of space, it would have been impossible for him to detect such a change. After Qian Tong killed the black-robed corpse general, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply tore space again, the next moment appearing several hundred kilometers away. As soon as they emerged from the void crack, Yang Kai and Qian Tong saw a corpse general in blue robes frantically fleeing into the distance. Without waiting for Qian Tong to act, Yang Kai summoned a dozen golden blood threads, which intertwined together to form a golden arrow that pierced through space and pierced a hole in the abdomen of the azure-robed corpse general, shattering his corpse bead. The golden blood threads circled outside before flying back, but Yang Kai didn't show any joy after killing a powerful enemy. Instead, his expression became gloomy as he tore space a third time. Chapter 1693. 5 days later, Yang Kai and Qian Tong looked at the corpse in front of them with ugly expressions. This corpse did not belong to the corpse spirit clan. Instead, it belonged to a human cultivator. His cultivation level was not high, and he was only at the first order origin returning realm. However, this was the 27th body possessed by the mysterious corpse spirit cult leader. He didn't seem to have damaged his spirit due to possession. On the contrary, he could possess an unlimited number of different bodies. This was completely contrary to Yang Kai's common sense. When a powerhouse's physical body was destroyed, their divine soul could indeed find a suitable body to seize, but seizing was a very dangerous matter. It was very likely that the divine soul would suffer a backlash and be swallowed by the target of the seizing, leading to the destruction of the divine soul. Even if the divine soul was not swallowed, every seizing would consume a great deal of soul force. It was impossible for anyone to perform a second possession in such a short period of time. However, the mysterious cult leader of Corpse Spirit Religion had broken this rule. In just 5 days he had attempted to possess 27 bodies. Although Yang Kai had caught him by the tail each time, pursued him relentlessly and even killed the bodies he possessed, he had always been able to escape with his soul. After 5 days of pursuit, they failed to kill the cult leader of the Corpse Spirit Religion. Both Yang Kai and Qian Tong realized how tricky this enemy was. However, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. They discovered that the cult master of Corpse Spirit Religion couldn't possess anyone's body. Only those who had the 10,000 poison evil goo planted in their minds could become his targets. Yang Kai had come into contact with 10,000 poison evil goo once. Back then, Xieli of the Xie family had been controlled by this 10,000 poison evil goo and had foolishly launched an attack on Dragon Cave Mountain with his entire family. In the end, he died without a complete corpse. This kind of strange insect-like existence was the cult master of the Corpse Spirit Religion's unique secret technique. Once the 10,000 poison evil goo was implanted in someone's body, any living creature would have to obey his orders. He had also used this method to enslave his rebellious subordinates, and he had even used this method to carry out possession and escape with his soul. As long as there was a 10,000 poisons evil insect within a certain distance, his divine soul could instantly arrive at the location of the 10,000 poisons evil insect without being restricted by space. In addition to this, Yang Kai and Qian Tong keenly discovered something else. The cult master of the Corpse Spirit Religion chose to possess the body. He was getting weaker and weaker. In the beginning, the body he possessed was still a third-order origin returning realm corpse general, a top-level corpse general, but after 2 days, he could only choose the second-order origin returning realm. Until now, he could only possess beings from the first-order origin returning realm. His possession technique was not flawless, but there was a certain degree of damage, and this damage should be targeted at the divine soul. Even the Corpse Spirit Religion's church master couldn't avoid it. Even so, Yang Kai and Qian Tong were mentally and physically exhausted. Come again, he won't be able to jump around for long. This old master doesn't believe he can escape from this old master's grasp. Qian Tong was also annoyed. He was now an Origin King Realm Master, the #1 master on Shadowed Star, but now he couldn't even deal with the cult master of Corpse Spirit Religion. This made him very angry. What Qian Tong did not know was that the origin of this cult master of Corpse Spirit Religion was much greater than that of an Origin King like him. Have you caught his movements? Qian Tong turned to look at Yang Kai. After a few days of pursuit, Qian Tong also learned about the strangeness of the cult master of Corpse Spirit Religion. If not for Yang Kai tracking him, he would not have been able to eliminate this cult master on his own. He could not detect any trace of the cult master's soul escaping at all. Yang Kai closed his eyes and sensed for a while before suddenly opening them and stretching out his hands to tear the void without saying a word. In a certain jungle, a handsome young man was fleeing in distress. This young man looked to be in his 30s and his body was pulsing with first-order origin returning realm Saint Chi fluctuations. His appearance was quite distressed as his eyes were red and his face was filled with malevolence. While fleeing, this young man restrained his aura and released his divine sense to scan his surroundings. There was no movement within a 30-kilometer radius of him. However, the handsome young man did not relax his vigilance because of this. On the contrary, he continued to flee as if something terrible was chasing him. His face was filled with ruthlessness and his eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. In the past, even in that place he was a famous existence and there were not many people who dared to provoke him, but since he came to this star field and fell on this cultivation star over the past 10,000 years, his luck had become worse and worse. First, he was smashed to pieces by Yang Yen, and after 10,000 years of slumber, he was finally able to recover. Today, at this moment, he was being chased by a piece of third-order origin returning realm trash. If he was at his peak, he could tear this piece of trash into 10,000 pieces with a single glance, but now he had no choice but to flee. The handsome young man suddenly felt a sense of grief and indignation, like a tiger being bullied by a dog, or a dragon being toyed with by a shrimp in shallow water, causing his blood to boil and his breathing to become difficult. His soul escape technique was so exquisite that even an Origin King would not be able to detect him, but this little brat named Yang Kai actually cultivated a rare space secret technique. If not for this, how could he have been caught every time? Even in that place, very few people could cultivate the space secret technique. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't understand how someone could cultivate the space secret technique to such a high level in such a place. They could even tear space and instantly travel thousands of miles. Just as his thoughts were running wild and he was gnashing his teeth, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the void in front of him. The handsome young man's footsteps paused as his face turned pale. This situation had occurred dozens of times already, so he was no stranger to it and knew what would happen next. You forced me to do this. The handsome young man's eyes flashed viciously as if he had made an important decision. He stopped and stood in place, waiting quietly. The strange energy fluctuations coming from the void in front of him became more and more obvious, and soon, a crack suddenly appeared. Inside this crack was a dark and chaotic void. Two figures walked out of this crack, the one in front being Qian Tong while Yang Kai followed behind. As soon as Qian Tong appeared, his powerful soul immediately locked onto the position of the handsome young man. Without even saying a word, he expanded his territory domain and wrapped it around the handsome young man. His wind concept filled the air and condensed into a variety of killing moves within his territory domain that shot towards the handsome young man. The other party's cultivation after possessing this body was now only at the first-order origin returning realm, so Qian Tong did not even need to take action. Just by relying on the power of his territory domain he could easily kill him. The handsome and evil young man laughed out loud. Lowly ant, bear the supreme fury of this seat. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out a turquoise aura. The turquoise aura twisted slightly in the void and suddenly turned into a turquoise long saber. There were complex runes and patterns on the long saber, making people feel dizzy just by looking at it. The turquoise long saber slashed down viciously in midair without making a sound. But a shocking scene appeared. Qian Tong's territory domain was directly cut open by this saber and instantly collapsed. At the same time, Qian Tong and Yang Kai's expressions changed greatly. In their vision, the turquoise long saber rolled up a mysterious concept and broke through the seal of their soul. It directly descended into their knowledge sea, transforming into the appearance of a turquoise long saber and slashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. The knowledge sea was cut open by the fierce chi, and the entire sea was divided into two. In the knowledge sea, waves surged in an instant, a strong wind blew, and the sky changed color. The space in the knowledge sea was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai and Qian Tong's soul power was directly cut off by more than a third. Both of them couldn't help but groan as they had a splitting headache. Their vision blurred and they almost fainted. Both of their expressions changed greatly. They didn't expect the other party to have such a tyrannical move. They hurriedly circulated their Saint Chi to protect themselves. After the handsome young man displayed that move, his face turned pale and his whole body swayed. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and attack Yang Kai and Qian Tong again, but he was powerless. Cursing fiercely, the handsome young man's body suddenly burst into powder and disappeared. At the same time, a soul power rushed out from the handsome young man's original position. It made a turn in the air and swept up the turquoise chi that could transform into a long saber. It then cut through the void and fled far away. Yang Kai stared in the direction of his escape. He wanted to sense it, but the surrounding area was filled with a strange concept. It seemed to have sealed off this part of the world, making it impossible for him to track the other party's movements. Once again there was a piercing pain in his mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but howl. He hurriedly took out a jade bottle and poured out some spirit pills. He gave half to Qian Tong and stuffed the other half into his mouth. He then sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Qian Tong also hurriedly took a spirit pill and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. After a full day, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. There was still some lingering fear in his eyes. He had a supreme treasure like the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so even if his soul was damaged, it didn't matter much. After a day of nourishment, he had almost fully recovered. On the other hand, Qian Tong seemed to have suffered quite a bit of damage. Even if he was an origin king, it would take at least a year or so for him to recover from such a blow. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Qian Tong also opened his eyes, his face slightly pale. After a long silence he asked, "Did that guy run away?" Yang Kai nodded silently. Qian Tong sighed heavily and said, "That guy is incredible. This old master was invincible on Shadowed Star after breaking through to the Origin King realm, but I never expected to suffer such a big loss at his hands. The world is so big and there are so many capable people. What kind of artifact did he use? How could it be so powerful?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "Probably an emperor artifact." "An emperor artifact?" Qian Tong frowned as he sensed his surroundings thoughtfully before nodding. "That makes sense. There is indeed an emperor pressure around here, but why is it different from the emperor pressure I felt in the emperor garden before?" Yang Kai glanced at him, thinking that there were more than one great emperors in this world, but he didn't say anything. It was this emperor pressure that had isolated Yang Kai's space secret technique, allowing corpse spirit religion's religion master to escape. All the great sects and great forces are fighting on their own, making it easy for them to be defeated one by one. But now things are different. The Origin King Great Starship, Sect Master has returned, and Elder Qian has also broken through to the Origin King realm. As long as the two of you stand up with the reputation of High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall, I believe you can unite all of Shadowed Star. This old master has no problem with that. Shadowed Star is this old master's homeland, so Shadowed Star's contribution is naturally unshirkable, Qian Tong immediately stated. Yi Shiyun turned her eyes to Yang Kai. "I also have no problem with that." Yang Kai chuckled, "Great Elder and Elder Qian will be responsible for this matter. Everything in the sect can be mobilized, I'll be the one to contribute. Since Sect Master wants to slack off, then as you wish, this matter is settled." Yi Shiyun was also a decisive person and immediately made the decision. Next, the elders and Qian Tong discussed specific matters, including how to unite the remaining masters and forces of Shadowed Star, how to establish prestige, and how to eliminate corpse spirit religion. In fact, everything was quite simple. High Heaven Sect's prestige was not low, and now that Qian Tong was personally taking action with his Origin King realm cultivation and identity, all he needed to do was raise his hand and there would be many who would respond. With the combined strength of the two sects, coupled with the Origin King Great Starship, it would not be difficult to rescue the masters and sects that were being harassed by corpse spirit religion. When the time came, this force would snowball, and when it swept across all of Shadowed Star, corpse spirit religion would no longer exist. Yi Shiyun even made preparations to send out a message to inform all of Shadowed Star that the mysterious religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion had been killed by Yang Kai and Chen Tong. Although this was false news, no one would doubt it, and Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master was currently busy hiding, so naturally he would not stand up and question this. This news would greatly impact the confidence of the Corpse Spirit race and the human race cultivator who had surrendered to Corpse Spirit Religion, which would be of great help to the upcoming operation. Yang Kai did not participate in this and instead went to Yang Yun's loft alone. As you said, that person really is the Insect Emperor. Inside Yang Yun's knowledge sea, she sat face to face with Yang Kai, a thoughtful look on her face. 10,000 poison evil insects were one of the Insect Emperor's secret techniques, and the soul-splitting saber was his artifact. I never expected that he would actually survive the battle back then. This is my negligence. So that person was called the Insect Emperor. Yang Kai suddenly realized. And he was best at controlling and cultivating exotic insects. He could place his soul on the creatures he cultivated, which was why he was able to carry out so many seizing attempts. The 10,000 poison evil insects were just one of the exotic insects under his control, so they were nothing special. They were only useful for controlling his subordinates, but he also had many other powerful means at his disposal. Wherever the Insect Emperor's insect cloud passed, he could destroy an entire star territory. Yang Kai's face was horrified. He noticed that Yang Yun was talking about an entire star territory, not a single cultivation star. Yang Yun pursed her lips and smiled. You don't have to be so nervous. To control exotic insects, one must have the corresponding cultivation. Right now, he can only possess a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so how could he control too many exotic insects? If he really did that, he would definitely suffer a backlash. Being able to use the 10,000 poison evil insects was already beyond my expectations. Trust me, he won't show his face again for the next few years. But as long as this person is alive, he will always be a disaster. Yang Kai frowned. He was deeply wary of the Insect Emperor. That was an existence on the same level as Yang Yun. Who knew how strong he was? Yang Yun looked at him deeply. I have a way for you to kill him. What way? Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang Yun didn't speak, instead reaching out and grasping at the void. In her knowledge sea, a beautiful ball of light emitting a colorful light was suddenly caught in her hand and immediately pressed her palm against Yang Kai's forehead. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, seemingly casual, but Yang Kai didn't react until the ball of light in Yang Yun's hand suddenly disappeared into his soul avatar. Yang Kai was shocked. What is this? Yang Yun pursed her lips and smiled. You'll know when you refine it. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai felt a wild aura suddenly explode in his soul avatar. The strength of this aura made him unable to resist. His soul avatar directly collapsed and his divine sense returned to his body. The next moment Yang Kai opened his eyes, but instead of seeing the scenery in the loft, he found himself in an empty and chaotic space. There was no light or anything around him, he couldn't even sense his own existence. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, not knowing where he was, but after all he was someone who had braved many storms and waves, so he didn't panic and just quietly observed his surroundings. This empty world gradually had a trace of obscure existences, and as time passed, these things condensed together and grew larger and larger. After an unknown amount of time, a huge star appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This star was completely devoid of vitality, not even a single plant could be seen, it was simply a dead star. Yang Kai looked at this huge star and faintly felt that it was somewhat familiar. Shadowed Star. Yang Kai suddenly realized. When he observed Shadowed Star from the star field, it was exactly this size and appearance, but the current Shadowed Star was filled with vitality, unlike what he saw in front of him. I understand. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai understood what Yang Inflammation had done to him, and while feeling grateful, he was unwilling to give up this rare opportunity and quickly calmed down to comprehend it. In this strange world, Yang Kai-Jen was unable to perceive the passage of time. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like hundreds of millions of years. Finally, some vitality appeared on the desolate Shadowed Star. The sea rose and fell, the plants were lush, and some creatures with flesh and blood began to appear. Different races rose up one after another, sweeping up waves in the long river of history before disappearing. Different civilizations, one seemingly immortal period after another, passed by under Yang Kai's indifferent gaze. He felt the auras from the wild and ancient times, and even though he was just observing, he felt as if he had become one with these stars, spending hundreds of millions of years with them. He witnessed the birth, development, peak and trough of these stars with his own eyes. He gradually developed a strange feeling that he was this stars, and this stars was him. The Star Master. Only a Star Master could have such a feeling. When Xia Ningqiang was refining Tongxian Realm's star source, Yang Kai assisted him and accompanied Xia Ningqiang to observe the evolution and development of Tongxian Realm. How similar was it to what he was seeing now? This was clearly the process of refining star source and becoming a Star Master. Chapter 1695. Yang Kai opened his eyes as a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. All of Shadowed Star seemed to have become a part of his body, allowing him to perceive any piece of land on Shadowed Star at will. He could perceive the richness and barrenness of this cultivation star, as well as the birth, aging, sickness, and death of the people who lived on this cultivation star. If he wanted to, he could easily travel to any place on Shadowed Star without the slightest hindrance. If he wanted to, he could cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to collapse with a single thought. Clenching his fist lightly, Yang Kai caused the world energy in the surrounding area to tremble slightly as a loud bell rang out from the void. At this moment, the hundreds of millions of living beings on Shadowed Star were shocked as they looked up, not knowing what was happening. All of Shadowed Star also underwent a subtle change the moment Yang Kai became the Star Master. This change was inexplicable and only a few masters were able to sense it, while most others were unaware of it. From now on, Shadowed Star would be closely related to Yang Kai. As Yang Kai's cultivation rose, the vitality of all of Shadowed Star would also become more and more vibrant. Yang Kai inspected his body and found that inside Dantian, there was a small sphere that looked like a shrunken version of Shadowed Star that was rotating at a subtle speed. Star Source. If one wanted to become the Star Master of a cultivation star, they had to refine the source of that cultivation star, and what Yang Yin had injected into his body before was undoubtedly Shadowed Star's star source. Shadowed Star, which had shrunk countless times, was constantly rotating. Every time Shadowed Star rotated, it would release a mysterious and subtle force that nourished Yang Kai's body while also absorbing Yang Kai's strength to strengthen itself. This was a mutually beneficial process. While Yang Kai was excited and happy, there was also a trace of suspicion on his face. Did I just become the Star Master of Shadowed Star? Did I just become the ruler of this world? He couldn't help but have a surreal feeling. Little senior sister being able to become the Star Master of Tongxian Realm was a stroke of luck. Tongxian Realm's world energy was barren, like an old man on the verge of death struggling to survive. That was why Tongxian Realm's star source had taken the initiative to seek out Xia Ningqiang. Let her refine it. However, Shadowed Star was different. Even if there was the suppression of world principles here, making it impossible for a cultivator to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King Realm, it was still a vibrant cultivation star. If Tongxian Realm was an old man with one foot in the grave, Shadowed Star was a young man full of vitality. To refine the source of such a cultivation star. Without an Origin King Realm cultivation it was impossible, and one had to be a third-order Origin King. For example, Luohai had become a Star Master while still a second-order Origin King. In the entire star territory there was only one such family. Seemingly understanding Yang Kai's doubts, Yang Yan's voice passed into his knowledge. See, Shadowed Star's star source has been imprisoned by me for tens of thousands of years. Now that it has a chance to escape my control, do you think it will obediently cooperate? Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Yan chuckled, don't worry, its temper has long been smoothed out. It wasn't so docile in the past, which is why I imprisoned it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly as he understood the whole story. Anyone who had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years would not have a temper. Although the star source did not have its own sentience, it knew that it could not resist Yang Yan's methods and could only compromise. The position of Star Master had come so easily and simply that Yang Kai was still somewhat unable to adapt. With a thought, Yang Kai expanded his divine sense, sending it out in all directions like a tide of spiders, soon covering most of Shadowed Star. Yang Kai noticed the movements of many battles, as if he was witnessing them with his own eyes. However, the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea was decreasing at a terrifying rate. After Yang Kai took back his divine sense, he found that in just 5 breaths, his knowledge sea had been reduced by a third. In other words, he could only monitor Shadowed Star for 15 breaths before his knowledge sea would completely dry up, and he would not be able to monitor it completely. Calculating this, Yang Kai was not dumbfounded. Although he was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, the power of his soul was comparable to an origin king, and with the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, it was impossible for his knowledge sea to dry up under normal circumstances. It seemed that even if he became a star master without the corresponding strength, he would not be able to act as he pleased. However, this was enough for now. "I'm going to deal with some small troubles, I'll come see you later," Yang Kai said, but before Yang Yen could reply, his figure flickered and disappeared. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away from High Heaven Sect, a group of corpse spirit religion disciples were fiercely counterattacking while a group of human cultivators struggled to resist. Since High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall joined forces to issue a call to arms, all of Shadowed Star had set off a wave of resistance against corpse spirit religion. Under the leadership of Yi Shiyun and Qian Tong, corpse spirit religion's army was forced to retreat while countless corpse spirit race clansmen were killed or wounded. Those who had lost their homes and sects spontaneously gathered together and launched an attack on corpse spirit religion, who had occupied their sects. Without the corpse cave to transform their clansmen, the corpse spirit race clansmen that died were one less, and without fresh blood to supplement their numbers, coupled with the rumor that their religion master was dead and their sect leaders slaughtered, corpse spirit religion did not have much strength to resist. The human cultivators were like a hot knife through butter as they slaughtered corpse spirit religion's army. More than 80% of the sects had already recovered their lost territories. On the one hand, they had left enough manpower in their headquarters to prevent corpse spirit religion's counterattack, while on the other hand, they had sent their own masters to reinforce their allies. They were really afraid of corpse spirit religion and knew that if they did not completely destroy it this time, this strange race would eventually rise from the ashes in the future. Most of the families and sects had mustered all their strength and were determined to fight corpse spirit religion to the end. Turning his head to look at the other cultivator, he found that each of them was a young man. This group of people had obviously been dazzled by Yin Sudai's beauty and were willing to follow her around. Yang Kai was very clear about Yin Sudai's methods and even found that when some of these people looked at him, their eyes were filled with disgust and vigilance. "I'll send you back to Elder Gong," Yang Kai said, waving his hand and wrapping Yin Sudai in his Saint Chi. What Yang Kai didn't expect though was that Yin Sudai actually took advantage of this opportunity to squeeze herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his waist like a little bird, her pair of bountiful peaks pressing against his chest without any hesitation. Yang Kai shook his head but did not push her away immediately. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he swept up the other cultivator and with a flicker, they arrived directly in Cape City. Gently patting Yin Sudai on the shoulder, Yang Kai said, "We've arrived." Saying so, without caring about what she thought, he disappeared again. Yin Sudai looked around and was surprised to find that she had really returned to Cape City. The buildings in the city were so familiar. Her arms were still in a hugging position, causing Yin Sudai to feel a little lost. Cape City was not very large and was now completely occupied by the human race cultivator. Yang Kai found Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, and the others in the city and had a good chat with them before learning about the recent situation. Refining the star source had not taken Yang Kai much time, but now it had taken him more than a year. During this year, High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall joined forces to uproot corpse spirit religion. The remaining corpse spirit race clansmen wanted to escape into the limitless ocean, but they were blocked and could only hide in a mountain range 30,000 meters away from Cape City. Qian Tong went out to kill a group of these corpse spirit race clansmen every now and then, but some of them had hidden so deeply that even Qian Tong had no way to find them all, giving him a headache. Peace had been restored to the entire Shadowed Star base. About 80% of the remaining corpse spirit race clansmen were hiding in the mountain range, so as long as these corpse spirit race clansmen were wiped out, the remaining ones would be nothing to fear. At that time, there would be no need for High Heaven Sect or Shadow Moon Hall to act. Just the strength of these sects would be enough to wipe out the remaining corpse spirit race clansmen. "Is that so?" After Yang Kai inquired about the situation, he grinned, "I'll go. You have a way." Qian Tong looked at him in surprise. During this meeting, Qian Tong felt that Yang Kai had undergone some changes, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. In his perception, Yang Kai was still a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and although his aura had become more vigorous, he still gave Qian Tong a sense of danger. It was like if he were to fight with Yang Kai he would definitely die. Thinking of this, Qian Tong couldn't help feeling suspicious, unable to figure out what was going on. "You'll know when the time comes," Yang Kai smiled lightly, not boasting too much. "I'll go with you," Qian Tong quickly said. Yang Kai nodded, stood up and suddenly said to Yi Shiyun, "Disperse the people gathered in Cape City. After a few years of turmoil, their sects need to recuperate, it's not good to waste time here." Yi Shiyun was startled for a moment, but quickly nodded and agreed. Yang Kai had already reached out and grabbed Qian Tong's arm, and in the next moment, the two of them disappeared from under Yi Shiyun's nose. Even someone as strong as Yi Shiyun was unable to detect any trace of them. Yi Shiyun's expression changed a few times before she suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. "So that's how it is." She obviously understood something. Chapter 1697. Revitalizing a sect was a major event that may take decades or even centuries of effort, but the most urgent task at hand was to establish a good relationship with High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall so that they could follow these two forces' lead in the future. In this catastrophe, High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall rapidly accumulated prestige that far surpassed that of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain. These two forces had become the most powerful representatives of Shadowed Star. It could be said that the catastrophe of Corpse Spirit Religion had indirectly contributed to the rapid rise of High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall. In front of Cape Mountain Range, a light flashed and Qian Tong and Yang Kai appeared side by side. Qian Tong glanced sideways at Yang Kai, almost speechless with shock. He was now an Origin King, one step higher than Yang Kai in terms of cultivation, but he still could not figure out how Yang Kai had brought him here. This was definitely not a simple space secret technique. After thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong suddenly made a shocking guess. "You refined Shadowed Star's source and became its Star Master?" Only by becoming a Star Master could Yang Kai bring him here from Cape City in an instant without him noticing. Thinking about the subtle changes he had felt some time ago, Qian Tong was almost certain his guess was correct. "Ha, Elder Qin has good eyesight, I have indeed refined Shadowed Star's source." Yang Kai did not deny it. In any case, this kind of thing could not be concealed and Qian Tong was not an outsider. Qian Tong was stunned for a moment before sighing with a strange expression. "I didn't expect that you would actually walk ahead of this old master. Youth is truly fearsome." He looked both happy and discouraged for Yang Kai. "It's just luck." Yang Kai naturally would not be complacent. Him being able to refine the star source was entirely due to Yang Inflammation. Otherwise, he would have needed to cultivate to the Third Order Origin King realm before attempting such a feat. Shadowed Star Source had been imprisoned by Yang Inflammation in his knowledge sea for tens of thousands of years and was no longer willing to be left alone. With Yang Kai's acceptance, it was naturally very obedient to Yang Kai. This was indeed luck. Since that's the case, then this old master doesn't need to act. The next step is up to you. Qian Tong chuckled and quickly returned to normal, not showing any envy or jealousy, instead taking the initiative to take a step back. They watched quietly. Yang Kai didn't speak any nonsense, spreading his divine sense. Sea of Heaven Hand, Yang Kai could only Yang Kai could Yang Kai could Yang Kai's Heaven's Will. Yang Kai's Heaven Hand slowly rose. Following his movement, the entire Cape Mountain Range began to shake. Intense sounds came from the depths of the mountain range, like the sound of war drums being beaten underground. That sound spread to every corner of the Cape Mountain Range. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the entire mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, rose up at a subtle speed. Qian Tong sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart filled with yearning and desire. This was the might of a Star Master. With a single thought, he could transform the world, move mountains and add to the sea. Moreover, this was a method Yang Kai used without destroying the mountain range, otherwise he could have flattened it directly. Even if Yang Kai tried his best, he would not be able to accomplish such a feat. The anomaly in the Cape Mountain Range obviously alarmed the corpse spirit race hiding inside. Countless corpse spirit race clansmen flew out, wanting to investigate the situation, but soon they were shocked to discover that the entire Cape Mountain Range was imprisoned by an invisible force, making it impossible for them to fly or escape from their hiding place. The place they used to hide and survive had now become a cage. The corpse spirit race clansmen cried out in panic, not knowing what was happening. After a dozen or so breaths of time, the Cape Mountain Range had risen a few meters. Yang Kai let out a light breath as he suddenly pressed his hand back down. Kong Long. The mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, fell down again. The earth shook violently and a burst of explosive sounds came from inside the mountain range. At this moment, the world energy seemed to have turned into sharp blades, wreaking havoc inside the bodies of the corpse spirit race clansmen. Peng 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 peng. One after another, the corpse spirit race clansmen burst into dust and disappeared. After the sound subsided, Yang Kai released his divine sense again and found that there were no longer any traces of the corpse spirit race clansmen in the Cape Mountain range. The thousands of corpse spirit race clansmen who had fled here had all been killed without exception. Qian Tong watched in amazement for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. This catastrophe should end here. After killing corpse spirit religion's religion master, I can be completely at ease. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. This old master is now. And after you kill him, this old master will tell you more about it. There's no need to rush. Qian Tong obviously had something he wanted to say, but since he didn't want to talk about it now, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force him. The two soon separated, Qian Tong returning to Shadow Moon Hall to preside over the reconstruction of his sect while Yang Kai went straight to the limitless ocean. He was going to find the insect emperor and make him disappear from this world completely. When he was searching for the corpse spirit race before, he had also paid attention to the aura of the insect emperor, but unfortunately he hadn't been able to find him. As such, Yang Kai directly set his sights on the limitless ocean as he believed his judgment was correct. Shadowed Star was very large, and the forces on the sea and on land were two completely different systems. Each side's cultivator rarely interfered with the lives of others, so although corpse spirit religion had caused a great deal of trouble on Shadowed Star this time, causing many of the great sects to suffer heavy losses, the forces in the deep sea had not been affected. It was for this reason that the corpse spirit race clansmen wanted to escape to the limitless ocean to avoid being hunted down by the great sects. This was not the first time Yang Kai had come to the limitless ocean. When he left the Emperor Garden last time, he had accidentally passed by this place, but at that time he was anxious to return to his sect and had only seen the tip of the iceberg. That power made him tremble with fear. After fiddling with it for a while, Yang Kai put away the soul-splitting saber and the bracelet. He did not have time to refine these two things for the time being. Just as he finished doing this, Yang Kai noticed a powerful aura flying over from the center of the island, quickly approaching him. Obviously, the elders of Sunrise Island had noticed the world energy fluctuations just now and had come to investigate. Yang Kai did not leave immediately and instead stood in place, waiting thoughtfully. A moment later, a burly man suddenly descended from the sky. He was over 4 meters tall and had a wide nose and mouth, giving him an oppressive majesty that made anyone who stood next to him tremble in fear. This man had a long scar on his face that stretched from the tip of his brow to his chin, making him look even more terrifying. After the man arrived, he saw the blood on the ground at a glance and could not help but fly into a rage, shouting, "Where did this bastard come from? How dare you act so presumptuously on Sunrise Island?" Saying so, he sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai without giving him a chance to explain. This man was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, no weaker than Qian Tong and Feiji Tu in the past. His huge body and huge palm contained infinite power, causing the air around him to crack. Even a cultivator in the same realm would have at least a dozen broken bones if they were hit by this palm. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he was somewhat displeased that the other party had attacked him without asking for a reason, he remembered that he was also an uninvited guest, so he didn't care too much. He just casually waved his hand and the sturdy man was sent flying by an invisible force. The man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Soon after, he landed lightly on the ground, no longer looking down on Yang Kai. He also discovered that Yang Kai had no intention of harming him, otherwise how could he have landed so calmly? With the means Yang Kai had just shown, he could have killed him in the blink of an eye. Realizing this, the man took a deep breath and no longer dared to act arrogantly, shouting, "Who is your excellency? State your name." Yang Kai grinned, cupped his fists and said, "High Heaven Sect Yang Kai." High Heaven Sect. The man thought for a moment before his body shook and he exclaimed, "Your sect, Master Yang Kai of High Heaven Sect?" Although he lived in the Internal Sea, the man had obviously heard of High Heaven Sect and Yang Kai. However, he never expected that this High Heaven sect master would be so strong. This friend is? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. The man frowned but still answered truthfully, Sunrise Island's Island Master Pang Zhen. So it is Island Master Pang, a pleasure to meet you. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted. Pang Zhen's expression changed as he recovered from his initial shock. Although he knew he was not Yang Kai's opponent, he could not lose his backbone and the prestige of Sea Temple, so he quickly said, although Sect Master Yang is the Sect Master of High Heaven Sect, my Sea Temple has nothing to do with High Heaven Sect. Sect Master Yang can't just casually kill someone on my Sea Temple's island, right? This Pang would like to ask why this is so. As the master of an island, he naturally had to protect the safety of the martial artists on the island. Pang Zhen could not pretend that he did not see a person die on the island for no apparent reason. Otherwise, if word got out, it would damage his reputation. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, Island Master Pang, please forgive this Yang. This Yang did not kill him for no reason, but he had no choice but to die. To tell Island Master Pang the truth, this Yang set out to see this time to find him. Can Sect Master Yang explain? Seeing Yang Kai act so politely, Pang Zhen's expression eased greatly. Naturally. Yang Kai smiled faintly and explained the reason behind it. Pang Zhen listened in shock, unable to believe what Yang Kai said was true. He thought Yang Kai was just making up an excuse. Knowing that he had doubts, Yang Kai smiled and said, Island Master Pang will understand after looking at these things. Saying so, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed one of the cultivator he had previously imprisoned. Chapter 1699. The weaker cultivator had originally been controlled by the Insect Emperor's 10,000 poison evil insects, so after Yang Kai arrived here, he had no intention of harming them and had simply imprisoned them in place. At this moment, following Yang Kai's actions, these cultivators all trembled and their faces distorted, as if they were enduring great pain. Two of them even began foaming at the mouth and collapsed, but their lives were not in danger. Pang Zhen watched on coldly, no longer acting as rashly as before. A moment later, accompanied by a series of creaking noises, several streams of light suddenly shot out from the minds of these cultivator. Yang Kai grabbed these things and then spread his hands, gesturing to Pang Zhen. A few strange-looking black and red insects the size of fingernails struggled to break free from Yang Kai's grasp, but they were unable to break free from his grasp. Pang Zhen stared blankly for a long time before gulping, these are 10,000 poison evil insects? He had never seen these insects before, but he felt a trace of barbaric aura from them, as if these insects were from ancient times, giving him a sense of danger. And those who have been implanted with 10,000 poison evil insects will be subjected to the control of their master. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Can I take a look? Pang Zhen was delighted and wanted to take one of these 10,000 poison evil insects back to study. Although these things were dangerous, if he studied them thoroughly and understood how to use them, it would be tantamount to learning a new secret technique. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. If Island Master Pang is not afraid of them drilling into his knowledge, see, I can give them to you. Pang Zhen's face paled and he hesitated for a long time. Finally, he shook his head and said, Forget it, this Pang doesn't have enough strength, Sect Master Yang can deal with these things himself. Yang Kai smiled lightly and flicked his wrist, crushing the struggling 10,000 poison evil insects into dust. After understanding that what had happened before was really a misunderstanding and that Yang Kai had not indiscriminately killed the innocent on Sunrise Island and had instead helped him solve a huge problem, Pang Zhen's attitude towards Yang Kai suddenly became much warmer. Perhaps what he was more afraid of was Yang Kai's strength. No one in the entire untroubled ocean had the ability to send him flying with a wave of his hand. Pang Zhen tried his best to invite Yang Kai to his mansion. Yang Kai also intended to communicate with him. Naturally, he had no choice but to obey. Pang Zhen was the island master of Sunrise Island. The mansion occupied the best piece of spiritual land on Sunrise Island, and the construction was extremely majestic. After entering the mansion, Pang Zhen immediately ordered the servants to serve up delicacies and fine wine. More than 10 of them were dressed in gauze. Beautiful young girls with faintly discernible bodies were singing and dancing to Guan Xian's music. A group of origin returning realm masters on the island accompanied him. The atmosphere was very lively. Regarding the changes that had taken place in the inland in recent years, Ocean Palace had also heard a lot about it, but because it hadn't spread to the deep sea, Ocean Palace wasn't too clear about the details. Pang Zhen warmly invited Yang Kai. On one hand, they were optimistic about Yang Kai's strength. On the other hand, they wanted to find out about the current situation on the mainland. Of course, Yang Kai had nothing to hide. When they learned that corpse spirit religion had been uprooted, everyone from Ocean Palace exclaimed, and when they learned that Qian Tong was really an Origin King Realm Master, Pang Zhen and the others showed deep worry on their faces. Shadowed Star hadn't seen an Origin King Realm Master for tens of thousands of years. This was a realm that had been passed down from generation to generation, but no one had been able to reach it. Pang Zhen and the others didn't know how strong an Origin King Realm Master was, but this didn't prevent them from worrying. They were worried that Qian Tong's ambitions would soar and he would extend his claws into the deep sea. Although Ocean Palace's influence in the uncharted ocean was extremely large, whether it could resist an Origin King Realm Master was still something they weren't confident about. Yang Kai observed their expressions and naturally understood what they were worried about. Although he was secretly amused, he didn't point it out. Not to mention whether Qian Tong had such intentions. Even if he did, it would be difficult for him to conquer the uncharted ocean alone. Shadow Moon Hall didn't have such great ability. Pang Zhen and the others were a little worried. Island Master Pang, this Yang has a request to make. I wonder if Island Master Pang can agree. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Please speak, Sect Master Yang." Pang Zhen quickly raised his head and looked over. "I would like to meet with the temple masters of your Ocean Palace," Yang Kai said with a smile before taking a sip of wine. Pang Zhen was stunned. "May I ask what Sect Master Yang's request is?" Although Yang Kai's identity and status were indeed qualified to meet with the temple masters of Ocean Palace, Pang Zhen still couldn't help but ask. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously. A good thing. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. This sect master wants to open up a material exchange between the uncharted ocean and the inland. Island Master Pang, you also know that the uncharted ocean and the inland have different environments and specialties. Cultivation materials that can be easily found in the uncharted ocean may be extremely precious on the inland. Conversely, things that can be easily found on the inland may also be very precious in the uncharted ocean. If we can exchange what we lack, it will be of great benefit to the disciples of our respective forces. This was the reason why Yang Kai wanted to stay. Otherwise, after killing the Insect Emperor, he would have left long ago. How could he have wasted so much time? High Heaven Sect was no longer the same as before. In the past, it only had a few hundred people at most, so it was easy to support them. Any batch of materials would be enough for them to cultivate, but now Yang Kai had brought nearly 10,000 people from Tongshan Realm with him. Every month they would need an unimaginable amount of supplies. Even if High Heaven Sect had some accumulation, it wouldn't be able to last for more than a few years. Just like the current situation after the war with Corpse Spirit Religion, the entire inland had withered and the yuan qi of the various sects had been greatly damaged, so cultivation materials were extremely scarce. Chapter 1700. These were Shadowed Star's world principles, profound and unfathomable. Even Origin King Realm Masters could not touch them. Although Yang Kai had become a Star Master, he was still helpless against these world principles. He had tried to break through or disperse them but had failed. Sighing, Yang Kai took back his divine sense and stopped trying. Although these world principles restricted a cultivator on Shadowed Star from breaking through to the Origin King Realm, they were not harmful to the cultivator, so there was no need to pay too much attention to them. Another day passed, but there was still no news from Sea Temple. This made Yang Kai a little impatient, and just as he was considering whether he should go to Sea Temple's headquarters in person, he suddenly frowned and spread out his divine sense. A few thousand kilometers away from Sunrise Island, there was a giant wave over 1,000 meters high that was rapidly approaching the island. This giant wave seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, giving off an extremely great momentum. Atop this wave, there were many creatures treading on it, each of them at least 100 in number. Among these 100 people there were both men and women. The men were burly and did not seem to be from the human race. Each of them was at least 45 meters tall and had ugly and ferocious faces that would cause anyone who saw them to shudder. The women, on the other hand, were all beautiful, with flawless white skin and supple waists. Some were charming, some were pure, some were hot, some were sexy, some were enchanting, some were pure, and some were hot. What caught Yang Kai's attention though was that all of these people were masters at the Origin Returning Realm or above. Yang Kai thought they were masters from Sea Temple, but upon closer inspection he found that this was not the case. These people were not from the human race. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before suddenly remembering something. In the deep sea of Shadowed Star, not only did the human race thrive, but there was also a race called the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan was just a general term that encompassed many branches. They were masters who were naturally proficient in water attribute secret arts and martial skills, and in the deep sea they were giants. However, the Sea Clan rarely dealt with the human race, so there was no cultivator on Shadowed Star. In their entire lives, they might not even be able to see a single member of the sea race. Even the human race martial artists who lived in the deep sea rarely had the opportunity to encounter such creatures. Yang Kai observed for a while and found that there were at least 4 or 5 branches of the Sea Clan. Some of them were covered in scales, some had long barb-like tails, and some had arms that were shaped like crab pincers. They looked very strange. This was also the first time Yang Kai had seen a sea race group, so he couldn't help feeling a little surprised, wondering why they were rushing towards Sunrise Island in such an aggressive manner. After observing for a while, the burly sea race leader atop the giant wave seemed to notice something and his eyes flashed a terrifying light as he turned his gaze towards the void. It was as if he wanted to find out where Yang Kai was hiding. Yang Kai smiled and withdrew his gaze. To Yang Kai, no one on Shadowed Star was worth his attention. These 100 or so sea race masters at or above the origin returning realm might be an extremely powerful force to Sea Temple, but to Yang Kai they were nothing. Above. The burly sea race man frowned and glanced at the void thoughtfully, a suspicious look on his face. Shang-Ao, did you discover something? Next to him, a woman wearing a voluptuous dress with more than 60% of her skin exposed to the air frowned and asked. Shang-Ao slowly shook his head. It seems like someone is monitoring us, but there are no obvious signs. Perhaps I sensed wrongly. The woman was stunned. She knew Shang-Ao's strength. As one of the commanders of the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace, he was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star and rarely made mistakes in his senses. However, since Shang-Ao said so, the woman didn't ask any more questions and instead frowned deeply. But this time I'm afraid things won't be easy. The princess went missing near Sunrise Island, and although it is very likely that she was taken away by the human race, what if they refuse to admit it? Shang-Ao coldly snorted. If they dare not admit it, this commander will raze Sunrise Island to the ground. These humans should have already left the limitless ocean. This is my Sea Clan's territory. Ah. The woman sighed deeply. Her brow was filled with worry as she stared in the direction of Sunrise Island, secretly praying that her princess had really been taken away by the human race. Otherwise they wouldn't even know where to start searching. This time, the Sea Clan had sent troops to Sunrise Island with the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living one. They were truly desperate, otherwise with the power of Sea Temple, Sea God Palace wouldn't have dared to start a war. However, Shang-Ao seemed to be certain that the princess had been taken away by the human race, so this trip would likely be difficult to resolve. It would be best if they could find the princess, but if they couldn't, the two races of the limitless ocean would really have to fight each other. The giant wave moved extremely quickly and pushed forward 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. When the giant wave was about 1,000 kilometers away from Sunrise Island, Pang Zhen and the others also noticed the change in world energy and rushed out of their respective residences to look into the distance. A moment later, Pang Zhen's face changed greatly. These arrogant Sea Clan bastards dare attack Sunrise Island? Activate the defensive spirit array. As soon as this order was given, Sunrise Island immediately buzzed and soon, the huge island was covered in a layer of transparent energy. All the cultivators on the island also moved out and gathered around Pang Zhen, each of them wearing dignified expressions. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on, so naturally he was curious and also came to Pang Zhen's side. Sect Master Yang, the Sea Clan has come to cause trouble. I must ask Sect Master Yang to withdraw. Pang Zhen tried to persuade him. Yang Kai's previous proposal was very much to his liking. Whether or not he could obtain a higher status in Sea Temple depended on whether Yang Kai's proposal was successful, so he was very concerned about Yang Kai, lest Yang Kai be implicated. It's fine, Island Master Pang can do as he pleases, I'll just take a look around, Yang Kai chuckled. Seeing him like this, Pang Zhen thought for a moment and no longer tried to persuade him. After all, Yang Kai had proven his strength before. Why is the Sea Clan so aggressive? Once he set his mind on something, no matter what others said, it was useless. Now, he was certain that the person he was looking for was on Sunrise Island. Shang-Ao being so rude and unreasonable angered Pang Zhen greatly and he sneered coldly, This island master doesn't know who you're talking about, and even if he did, this island master wouldn't hand her over to you. Pang Jin was a third-order origin returning realm master, an island master. Xiang Ao had come here to cause trouble for no reason and even dared to threaten him, so he naturally wouldn't back down. Good, since you said so, don't blame this general for being ruthless. Xiang Ao's face became fierce, and just as he was about to begin a slaughter, the scantily clad woman beside him suddenly pulled him back. Wait a moment. Although Xiang Ao's expression was unpleasant, he didn't refute her words and instead stood mid-air with an angry look on his face as he squinted towards the people below, his eyes filled with contempt. He seemed to look down on everyone, even Pang Jin, but when he saw Yang Kai, his eyes narrowed slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Yang Kai, who had a harmless smile on his face, gave him a very dangerous feeling. This caused Xiang Ao to take a few more glances at Yang Kai. Just searching. Qian Mo promised. This mistress is very familiar with that master, if she really is on Sunrise Island. This mistress will definitely be able to sense it, whether or not someone is hiding her. When she said this last sentence, Qian Mo's eyes became as sharp as a blade. It was easy to imagine that if things were really as she guessed, Sunrise Island would be bathed in blood today. Pang Jin hesitated. With the other party speaking so confidently, he didn't dare to be too sure of his own judgment. Although he was the island master, there were so many disciples of Supreme Ocean Palace living on Sunrise Island. If one of them was blind enough to secretly bring back a member of the sea race. All right. I agree. Pang Jin quickly said. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it couldn't be avoided, so Pang Jin could only hope that the sea race's guess was wrong. Many thanks. Qian Mo nodded and then released her divine sense, spreading it inch by inch across Sunrise Island. Everyone waited quietly. On the vast coast there were hundreds of masters, but none of them spoke. Even their breathing was suppressed to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Xiang Ao was so anxious that he felt like he was constipated, the scar on his face becoming more and more terrifying as he glanced between Qian Mo and Pang Jin, his eyes wide open. After a long time, Qian Mo suddenly opened her eyes. Pang Jin's expression became serious as he stared at her without blinking. How is it? Xiang Ao hurriedly asked. Qian Mo showed a look of disappointment as she turned to Xiang Ao and slowly shook her head. She's not here. Impossible. Xiang Ao shouted. She disappeared near Sunrise Island. How could she not be here? There must be some kind of mistake. Right, did they move her somewhere else? Sunrise Island has a space array that allows passage between the various islands of Sea Temple. Xiang Ao, if you want to fight then fight, don't be so noisy. Pang Jin shouted angrily, this time with much more confidence. Xiang Ao was already annoyed to begin with, so Pang Jin's words were undoubtedly aimed at him, causing him to glare fiercely as the surging strength in his body surged. Qian Mo was the first to speak. Island Master Pang, this time this mistress and the others made a mistake. This mistress apologizes for the trouble this mistress has caused to your esteemed island. This mistress will definitely come to apologize again in the future. Hearing her say this, Pang Jin's complexion improved greatly. The sea race had always looked down on the human race, so Qian Mo being able to say such words clearly showed how anxious she was and was no longer in the mood to maintain her arrogance. As for whether or not she would really come to apologize in the future, that was no longer important. Pang Jin was also a shrewd person, so he naturally understood when to stop and gently nodded. Since that's the case, please forgive this Pang for not seeing you out. Have a safe trip. It was rumored that Serene Soul Island existed in the limitless ocean, but no one had ever seen it. Anyone who had seen it had disappeared, never to return, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Many Shadowed Star Cultivator doubted whether Serene Soul Island really existed because no one could provide any evidence to prove it. Serene Soul Island. It only existed in legends. But now, this thin man actually said that this place was Serene Soul Island. How could Pang Jin, Xiang Ao, and the others not be shocked? They were all creatures who had lived in the deep sea for a long time and were familiar with all kinds of legends, so when they heard the word Serene Soul Island, all of them turned pale. If this place was really Serene Soul Island, it meant that the legends were true, and they would never be able to return to the limitless ocean. They would be trapped in this damned place where they could not use their Saint Chi and their divine sense was infinitely suppressed. Furthermore, they would have to obey the orders of an unknown island master. This was something no master could tolerate. Indeed. This is indeed Serene Soul Island. The thin man was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He had the same reaction when he heard the news when he was trapped in this place. Calculating the time, he thought. He couldn't remember how long it had been. Shang Ao and Pang Zhen glanced at each other. Both of them roared in unison, "Only a fool would believe you." Stubborn fools. The thin man coldly snorted, not wanting to waste any more time, and stepped forward. His entire body was emitting an aura that made people raise their eyebrows. With a casual wave of his hand, the few human race and sea clan masters who stood in his way were smashed to pieces without being able to put up the slightest resistance. He didn't use his Saint Chi, instead relying on his brute physical strength. Shang Ao's eyes narrowed as a solemn expression appeared on his face. He could tell how powerful this lanky man was. That skinny body of his was actually able to produce such an unimaginable amount of strength. The thin man only took a few steps forward before arriving in front of Shang Ao. He wanted to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, so naturally he wanted to kill Shang Ao. After all, Shang Ao seemed to be the strongest among this group. He didn't make any special movements. He simply threw out a punch towards Shang Ao's face. His punch caused the air to explode. Shang Ao roared as his burly body stood in place like a wooden stake, clenching his fists and crossing them in front of him to block. Hong. The thin man's fist slammed into Shang Ao's arms, causing the sound of bones breaking to ring out. Shang Ao's burly body was sent flying like a broken kite before crashing heavily to the ground. When he struggled to stand up, his eyes and nose were full of blood, giving him a ferocious appearance. After swaying for a moment, he fell backwards. Everyone was in an uproar, all of them showing looks of horror. The human race and sea clan masters who were still resisting stopped what they were doing one after another. This thin man could knock out Shang Ao with a single punch, so killing them would be a piece of cake for him. Even Pang Zhen, after changing his expression a few times, signaled to the Sea Temple cultivators with his eyes, telling them to give up resisting. In the face of absolute strength, resistance was meaningless and would only increase the number of casualties. Seeing this, the thin man showed a satisfied expression and laughed. "A wise man submits to circumstances, very good. Don't worry, this king doesn't want to kill you all. Serene Soul Island hasn't had anyone here for a long time, so your arrival is just in time to replenish the population here. The island master doesn't allow anyone to kill. Of course, the premise is that you all must be obedient. Perhaps soon we can even become companions." Chapter 1704. Just as Yang Kai was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard the sound of a fish splashing against the water nearby. Looking over, he found a dolphin about a meter long swimming over and swallowing one of the blue sea lotuses in one gulp. Although most of its body was hidden in the sea, this dolphin-like creature's posture was very elegant, and even the way it chewed the sea lotus was slow. Seeing Yang Kai looking at it, the little dolphin blinked its eyes and showed no signs of fear, slapping its tail against the water as it swam slowly towards another pink sea lotus. A moment later, the pink sea lotus was also swallowed by it. The little dolphin seemed to be in a good mood, and even the speed at which it swung its tail became much faster. Yang Kai wanted to drive it away, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided against it. Since entering the sea, all the sea beasts he had encountered had been fierce and vicious without exception, all of them attacking him without any hesitation. This little dolphin looked harmless to humans and animals, and Yang Kai didn't sense any danger from it, so he simply let it be. One person and one dolphin, working separately, quickly collected the sea lotuses. The 6 silver lotuses and the golden lotus were all collected by Yang Kai, and the little dolphin only managed to pick up a few leftovers. It seemed to be a little unhappy as it boldly swam to Yang Kai's side and circled around him, constantly making strange noises. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, and after the little dolphin nudged him with its head once, he had no choice but to take out a blue lotus from his space ring. He couldn't refuse the little dolphin's eager eyes. The little dolphin's eyes lit up in an instant and it began making urgent noises, like a baby waiting to be fed. Yang Kai brought the blue lotus to its mouth and the little dolphin swallowed it in one gulp, its eyes narrowing into crescents, making for a beautiful sight. After the blue lotus entered its stomach, the little dolphin burped in satisfaction and swam around Yang Kai even faster. It was much more intimate than before. Yang Kai grinned. After being soaked in the sea for several days, his cold body seemed to have warmed up a lot. Not far away, the seawater was parted and rapidly approached in a straight line. There seems to be some beast under the sea, smelling the scent of Yang Kai and the little dolphin, arousing its appetite. The little dolphin was very sensitive to danger and immediately hid behind Yang Kai. It stuck out half of its head and looked in that direction, its eyes showing human-like horror. Yang Kai reached out and patted it, signaling it to calm down. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the approaching sea beast. A moment later, a monstrous wave rose into the sky. A horrifyingly large shark-like sea beast leaped up from the bottom of the sea. It opened its gigantic mouth, and its sawtooth-like teeth gleamed with a sharp light. It bit towards Yang Kai viciously. The little dolphin's tail swung violently as it made anxious and hurried sounds. Yang Kai didn't move at all. He waited until the sea beast was about a meter away from him before he suddenly punched out, hitting the sea beast's forehead with lightning speed. With Yang Kai as the center, the seawater nearby suddenly dropped, and a circle of ripples quickly spread in all directions. Boom! At a speed visible to the naked eye. The seemingly majestic sea beast's forehead caved in, and its huge body also collapsed into a ball. Immediately, under the tremendous force, it flew hundreds of meters away before it crashed into the sea. Soon, dark red blood seeped out from the other side. The huge sea beast floated up with its belly turned over, motionless. The little dolphin was obviously stunned for a moment. Its two extremely bright eyes looked at Yang Kai, then at the sea beast in the distance and then back at Yang Kai. It seemed to be unable to understand. In addition to the dozens of sea lotuses he found at the beginning, in the next few days, he harvested at least 100 more. The number of pink and green sea lotuses was still the most. There were fewer silver sea lotuses and only 3 golden ones. This was a rare commodity worth hoarding. These things were a specialty of Serene Soul Island and couldn't be found anywhere. Using these sea lotuses, Yang Kai could refine a large number of body-tempering pills. Not only could it enhance his own strength, but it could also quickly improve the physical quality of his friends and family. Therefore, the more sea lotuses there were, the better. The little dolphin also ate until its belly was round. It was the one who brought Yang Kai to find the sea lotuses, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stop it from eating. Time flew by, and about half a month later, Yang Kai stored at least 500 sea lotuses in his space ring. Although he didn't know the value of sea lotuses on Serene Soul Island, just by thinking about the rate of sea lotuses near and far, he could determine that these things should be a scarce resource on Serene Soul Island. Unless Serene Soul Island organized a team of masters to explore the sea and collect them, they would be able to obtain a considerable harvest. Otherwise they could only search near the coast. On this day the little dolphin brought Yang Kai to an island. This island didn't occupy a large area, only a few dozen kilometers in radius, less than 1% of Serene Soul Island. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen an island other than Serene Soul Island, so he was naturally very curious. The island was connected to the sea by a sea river that led directly to the interior of the island. The little dolphin followed the sea river and entered the island. A moment later, a lake on the island appeared in front of Yang Kai. This lake was connected to the sea outside, occupying about 1/5 of the island's area. Countless sea lotuses were blooming, dazzling the eyes with a variety of colors. Roughly counting, there were at least 1,000 sea lotuses in this lake. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Even though Yang Kai had a great harvest these past few days, he couldn't help but smile. Good job. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the little dolphin and patted its head. He wasn't stingy with his praise. The little dolphin was very happy. After spending these past few days together, the little dolphin had become more and more dependent on Yang Kai, especially after Yang Kai casually killed so many sea beasts. It couldn't help but worship Yang Kai. Those sea beasts were behemoths to the little dolphin, each of them capable of eating it alive. But for Yang Kai, a single punch was enough to kill them. Soon, the man and the dolphin arrived at the island's lake. Yang Kai jumped down, stepped on the lotus leaves and quickly shuttled through the lake. Sea lotuses of different colors were collected into his space ring one after another. The little dolphin was not willing to be outdone and began devouring the sea lotuses, its belly soon becoming round. Then it began to swim in the lake with nothing to do, looking carefree and carefree. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had collected more than 2/3 of the sea lotuses in the lake. Just as he was full of energy and was about to sweep this place clean, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out in his ears. This roar was filled with blood and tears, as well as indescribable grief and indignation, as if one's parents had died. "Bastard, you dare steal this old master's shadowed heaven lotus." As soon as these words fell, a figure rushed over from not far away, glaring at Yang Kai angrily, stomping his feet on the ground and leaping into the air. 2 deep footprints were left on the ground. In midair, the man threw a punch towards Yang Kai. After a while, Yang Kai had finished collecting all the shady heaven lotuses. He looked up and found that on a mountain a few miles away, the old man was standing there with a face full of grief and indignation, looking at him with helpless eyes. That feeling was as if the heart of the woman he had always cared for had been easily captured by another man. Yang Kai grinned at him. The old man's lungs were about to explode as he turned around and left. He had no way of defeating Yang Kai, so rather than humiliating himself, he would rather not see it. Yang Kai found a simple wooden house nearby, presumably built by the old man. Yang Kai moved in without hesitation. 3 days later, Yang Kai was studying the efficacy of the shady heaven lotuses and the body-tempering pill, hoping to improve them to a perfect level when light footsteps suddenly came from outside the wooden house. Yang Kai smiled and put down the matter at hand, waiting quietly. A moment later, the door of the wooden house was opened and the old man stood in the distance with a pale face, about 100 feet away from Yang Kai, looking at Yang Kai with a complicated look. After a long time he asked in a deep voice, "You are not from Mingyu?" Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Who is Mingyu?" A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Yang Kai seriously, as if trying to see if he was lying. Yang Kai's eyes were clear as he looked back at the old man. The old man nodded secretly, his attitude softening a little, no longer carrying the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife, slowly saying, "You don't know Mingyu? It seems you have just entered Serene Soul Island not long ago, right?" "Old sir is wise." Yang Kai praised casually, "You are right, I have only been here for about a month." "No wonder." The old man squeezed out a smile, but it was extremely ugly. "Since you are not from Mingyu, we can have a good talk." "I was thinking the same thing." Yang Kai smiled slightly. If not for this, he would not have stayed on this island. He did not know much about the situation on Serene Soul Island, nor was he able to explore the inside of Serene Soul Island. Now that he had finally met a living person here and one who had obviously lived here for many years, he naturally had to make good use of him. "Can this old master come in and talk?" the old man asked somewhat gloomily. "Of course, this is old sir's residence." Yang Kai invited him in a carefree manner. The old man's mouth twitched, but he did not show much fear. Although he felt that he was not a match for Yang Kai, he was confident he could escape from Yang Kai if he really went all out. He believed that Yang Kai would not be stupid enough to fight him to the death. After the old man sat down in front of him, Yang Kai asked, "Old sir, who is this Mingyu you mentioned just now?" The old man snorted coldly, "A scoundrel." Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that this old man seemed to have quite a bit of enmity with Mingyu. Otherwise, the old man would not have gnashed his teeth at the mention of this name. "He is the current island master of Serene Soul Island," the old man added. "Mingyu is the island master?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When he first came to Serene Soul Island, he had heard the thin man mention the island master. He did not expect to learn the island master's name from this old man. "That's right." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked with a smile, "Old sir said that he is the current island master of Serene Soul Island." Chapter 1707. After learning that Yang Kai was not only an alchemist but also possessed a conflagrated knowledge, so he did not need to rely on Saint Qi or earth fire to perform alchemy. Xiaohu was ecstatic. This meant that as long as he maintained a good relationship with Yang Kai, he would not have to worry about not having enough Shadowed Heaven pills in the future to increase his strength. After 100 years of waiting, he finally saw the hope of revenge. He handed over the Shadowed Heaven pill recipe without reservation and let Yang Kai study it himself. When you've finished studying the pill recipe and set out to refine the Shadowed Heaven pill, this old master has something to ask of you. Xiaohu said with a smile, deliberately trying to get closer to Yang Kai, the wrinkles on his face furrowing into a ball, making him look extremely amiable. Yang Kai naturally did not act politely, allowing Xiaohu to do as he pleased before diving into the research of the Shadowed Heaven pill recipe. Yang Kai had some Shadowed Heaven pills on hand so he could infer the approximate configuration of the pill recipe from them. Now that he had a complete pill recipe, this process became much simpler and easier. What's more, Yang Kai's alchemy level was one of the top in the Star Territory, so with his eyesight and experience, not only could he understand the Shadowed Heaven pill recipe, but he could also make improvements to it. This was only natural. After all, the Shadowed Heaven pill was developed by the alchemist who had wandered to Serene Soul Island, and the level of the alchemist who had wandered here was not too high, so how valuable could the pill recipe they developed be? At most, it could be said to have provided Yang Kai with some reference. From beginning to end, it only took Yang Kai 5 days to design another Shadowed Heaven pill recipe. Compared to the one given by Xiaohu, this one was undoubtedly many times better and required a lot of replacement materials. This also reduced some of the conflicting medicinal properties. Now that the pill recipe was complete, Yang Kai naturally began to perform alchemy. However, he was still missing one herb. The medicinal efficacies of the Shadowed Heaven lotus were very overbearing. If taken directly, it might be able to improve a cultivator's physique in a short time, making their physique much stronger. However, if there were no other herbs to neutralize the medicinal efficacies, they would only be able to take it for a short period of time. Forcibly taking it would not only not help the cultivator, but would also damage the cultivator's body. Yang Kai called Xiaohu over. For the past few days, Xiaohu had been standing guard outside the wooden house, not leaving even a single step, meditating as he made his own plans. Hearing Yang Kai's call, he couldn't wait to rush into the wooden house, looking at Yang Kai with eager eyes. "Old Xia, I still need some Houtuania core data." Xiaohu chuckled and waved his hand, causing a large pile of fish smell grass to appear in the wooden house. The air in the room immediately became turbid. This purple seaweed, which was only 3 inches long, was not a specialty of Serene Soul Island. It could be collected in almost any deep-sea territory, and its value was not too great. Forces like Sea Temple and Sea God's Palace disdained to collect it and simply allowed it to grow in the sea. However, its medicinal effect could perfectly fuse with the Shadowed Heaven lotus. The two conflicted and neutralized the overbearing characteristics of the Shadowed Heaven lotus, making it easier for the cultivator to absorb the Shadowed Heaven pill. Seeing the countless fish smell grass in front of him, Yang Kai froze for a moment before turning a meaningful look toward Xiaohu and saying, "Old Xia seems to have come prepared." Xiaohu rubbed his hands and said, "Yang Kai, help this old master refine some Shadowed Heaven pills." Yang Kai saw crystal-clear saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth, making a crisp sound as it dripped onto the ground. Yang Kai was immediately disgusted by this little thing and didn't even have the mood to ask why it could swim through the air. The little dolphin let out an irresistible sound as it kept rubbing its head against Yang Kai's body, not caring if it was interfering with his alchemy. Yang Kai rubbed his temples and could only hand over a jade bottle filled with Shadowed Heaven pills to the little dolphin. The little dolphin excitedly took this bottle, circled around Yang Kai a few times, let out an excited cry, and left with the jade bottle in its mouth. Yang Kai continued to perform alchemy. 3 days later, Xiaohu returned to the island and brought a large number of supplementary herbs to Yang Kai before waiting quietly outside the wooden house. Smelling the pill fragrance wafting from the wooden house, Xiaohu felt as if he had become hundreds of years younger. Chapter 1708. So many? Are they all for me? Xiaohu's eyes widened as he stared at the jade bottles placed in front of him and asked in surprise. "And?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Didn't we agree to split them 50-50? This is the 50-50 number." Jianghu was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. He had provided Yang Kai with a total of over 100 silver lotuses over the past few days, which was almost all he had in stock. He had thought that obtaining 200 Shadowed Heaven pills would be quite good, but now the jade bottles in front of him told him that the reality was much better than he had expected. There were at least 60 to 70 jade bottles here, each filled with 10 pills, which meant that Yang Kai had given him 600 to 700 Shadowed Heaven pills. How did he refine so many Shadowed Heaven pills? As the former island master of Serene Soul Island, Jianghu had seen many poor alchemists refine Shadowed Heaven pills, but in the hands of those alchemists, it was already considered good if they could refine 2 or 3 pills, so how could they produce as many as Yang Kai could? This only showed that Yang Kai's alchemy level was countless times better than those poor alchemists. Young boy, you are a friend this old master will accept. Jianghu restrained his expression and looked at Yang Kai seriously. If one day we can escape from this place, this old master promises that the door of Sea Temple will always be open to you. Yang Kai's honesty and trustworthiness moved Jianghu. Jianghu had personally witnessed Yang Kai's strength and knew that such a person was worth making friends with, so his words were sincere. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Since old man Xia has said so, it would be impolite for this little one to refuse." Being able to win over such an ally on Serene Soul Island was naturally something Yang Kai hoped to see. It was better than wandering here alone. Moreover, Jianghu was the former island master of Serene Soul Island, so he knew a lot about Serene Soul Island. Advancing and retreating together with him would be beneficial in the future. Jianghu laughed. "Unfortunately, there is no wine here. Otherwise, drinking with you would have been a great joy in life." "Forget it, this old master will first see if these Shadowed Heaven pills are useful to this old master." He had not taken Shadowed Heaven pills for nearly 100 years, causing his strength to stagnate. Now that he had obtained so many Shadowed Heaven pills, he could not wait to test them. Taking out a jade bottle, Jianghu took out a pill from it and stuffed it in front of Yang Kai's face. The next moment, Jianghu's body shook as a look of disbelief filled his face, calling out in shock, "An origin-grade pill? Yang Kai, you are actually an origin-grade alchemist?" This time who's of course. Before, when Yang Kai said he was an alchemist and could refine Shadowed Heaven pills, Jianghu had not paid much attention to it. He had only thought that Yang Kai had some attainments in alchemy, but as soon as the Shadowed Heaven pill entered his mouth, Jianghu realized something was wrong. The Shadowed Heaven pill Yang Kai had refined was completely different from the ones he had taken before. The biggest difference was the grade of this pill. Jianghu could instantly tell that this Shadowed Heaven pill was an origin-grade pill, and at least an origin-grade mid-rank one at that. It might even be high rank. This meant that Yang Kai was definitely an origin-grade alchemist. Jianghu did not dare to imagine that Yang Kai was an Origin King grade alchemist because that was just a legend. The spirit pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed into his lower abdomen and then into his limbs with the dantian as its center. Jianghu's old face instantly flushed red. Jianghu looked at Yang Kai gratefully and nodded. "Good, after 100 years of seclusion, this old master has finally reached a new height, and this old master feels that there is still room for improvement, young boy. This old master will remember this kindness." "Old man Xia is too polite," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Yang Kai, how about you take a punch from this old master?" Jianghu asked with a smile. In this damn place he had no target to practice with, so he could only turn his attention to Yang Kai. "Good." To his surprise, Yang Kai agreed. Jianghu did not hesitate, letting out a roar as he stomped his feet on the ground and shot out like an arrow from a bow, throwing out a punch mid-air. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in place, motionless, simply looking at Jianghu with a smile, seemingly not putting this earth-shattering blow in his eyes. Jianghu was stunned. He shouted angrily, "Young boy, you don't take this old master seriously, do you? Old man Xia, feel free to use your full strength." Yang Kai responded indifferently. Jianghu's old face was somewhat embarrassed. Although he was very grateful to Yang Kai, being looked down upon like this made him feel very uncomfortable. Hearing Yang Kai say so, steeling his heart, Jianghu really did use his full strength. The sound of air exploding rang out as Jianghu's fist flew through the air like a falling star, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. If this punch struck, even a 1,000-meter tall mountain would be smashed to pieces. Yang Kai simply stretched out his palm and blocked it. His expression was calm and indifferent. The next moment, the fist and palm collided. Yang Kai's body only shook slightly, but he still sat in place, not moving. Jianghu, on the other hand, was forced back 3 steps by a huge rebound force, a slight blush appearing on his face that quickly disappeared. Shahu's expression fluctuated. His previous anger disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror as he stared at Yang Kai, unable to speak for a long time. When he fought with Yang Kai a few days ago, although he was at a slight disadvantage, he had not been completely suppressed like he was now. But today, even with the increase in his strength, he was unable to shake Yang Kai's body even if he used all his strength. This could only mean one thing: while his strength was growing, Yang Kai's strength was also growing, much faster than his. Otherwise, such a situation would never have occurred. How many Shadowed Heaven pills did you take? Shahu hesitated for a long time before asking this critical question. 100 or so, Yang Kai thought for a while and said. Shahu sucked in a breath of cold air, the corners of his eyes twitching as he asked in amazement, "Can your body bear it?" Over the past 3 days he had only taken about 10 Shadowed Heaven pills. The Shadowed Heaven pills refined by Yang Kai were not comparable to those produced on Serene Soul Island. These were genuine origin-grade pills, and if one took too many in a short time, no matter how strong one's physique was, they would not be able to withstand the medicinal efficacies and would only cause damage to one's physique in meridians. In the worst-case scenario, one's body would explode and die. Taking 10 Shadowed Heaven pills in 3 days was already Shahu's limit, but Yang Kai had actually taken 10 times as many. "Why can't I bear it?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He had yet to mention that many of the Shadowed Heaven pills he had taken had formed pill veins. A single Shadowed Heaven pill was equivalent to the medicinal efficacies of 2 pills. Shahu stood dumbfounded on the spot and shook his head repeatedly, muttering in a desolate tone, "Monster, monster." He was certain that he was no longer Yang Kai's opponent now. If he still had the confidence to escape from Yang Kai a few days ago, now he no longer had such confidence. He had only come here to fulfill the agreement he made with Jianghu, allowing the inland and deep sea supplies to be exchanged. This would be of great help to the future development of High Heaven sect. Things turned out as Yang Kai had guessed. After standing in place and waiting for less than a quarter of an hour, he noticed a group of origin returning realm masters flying over quickly, but he could not sense Jianghu among them. A moment later, this group of people entered Yang Kai's sight. The leader of this group was a powerful third-order origin returning realm cultivator, an old man with a dark red face. Landing lightly a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai, his pair of turbid eyes sweeping over Yang Kai a few times before casually cupping his fists. "Dare I ask if your excellency is High Heaven sect master?" "Yes, it is this Yang. Old sir is." Yang Kai cupped his fists in return. "This old man is Sea Temple's third temple master, Qi Yunhai," the old man said lightly. "So, it is Temple Master Qi." Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he did not have much contact with Sea Temple, he knew that Sea Temple had a total of 3 temple masters, and this Qi Yunhai was obviously one of them. "I heard that sect master Yang came here to see my Sea Temple's martial uncle Sha? And this Yang had an agreement with Senior Sha. May I ask if Senior Sha is..." "Martial uncle Sha has been missing for more than 300 years and has just returned to Sea Temple. He is physically and mentally exhausted and is currently recuperating, so I'm afraid he won't be able to see Sect Master Yang." Qi Yunhai's expression was indifferent. "Sect Master Yang is a guest from afar, so if you don't mind, why don't you come in and have a seat?" Although this old master has lived in the deep sea for a long time, he has long heard of Sect Master Yang and High Heaven Sect's name, but has never had the opportunity to meet you. It is a pity, but Sect Master Yang's visit has allowed this old master to fulfill his wish. His words were warm, but his tone was neither warm nor cold, obviously not sincere in inviting Yang Kai in. Yang Kai glanced over at Qi Yunhai and said with a smile, "That's strange. When I separated from Senior Sha half a month ago, he was still fine, so why is he suddenly so physically and mentally exhausted now? On top of that, I have an agreement with him, and this sect master has come here this time to fulfill that agreement. Dare I ask Temple Master Qi, Senior Sha's refusal to see me was Senior Sha's own decision?" Qi Yunhai's turbid eyes flashed, but he did not answer directly, instead asking in an aggressive tone, "What does Sect Master Yang mean by this?" "Nothing." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "The agreement between me and Senior Sha is not only of great benefit to my High Heaven sect, it is also of great benefit to your Sea Temple. However, this sect master won't keep you company if you refuse such benefits that have been delivered to your mouth. Your sect is not the only great force on the limitless ocean. You dare collude with the Sea Clan?" Qi Yunhai thought for a moment before his face changed drastically. "What do you mean by collusion?" Yang Kai sneered, "Junior Admiral, please don't put such an inexplicable label on this sect master's head. Farewell." Yang Kai was filled with annoyance. Last time on Sunrise Island, Pang Zhen had sent a message back to Sea Temple's headquarters. Yang Kai had waited for a long time, but Sea Temple had not responded. Yang Kai had not expected that when he came here today, he would be obstructed, and the one who came forward was the third temple master. To a certain extent, he could already represent the overall will of Sea Temple. Since Sea Temple was unwilling to do business with High Heaven sect, Yang Kai had no need to beg them. "You colluded with the Sea Clan and still want to leave? Boy, if you don't make things clear, don't even think about leaving Black Reef Island today." A majestic roar suddenly came from not far away, and as soon as this voice fell, a burly middle-aged man appeared beside Qi Yunhai and stared coldly at Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could say anything, a loud roar came from inside Black Reef Island. "Impudence, Yang Kai is this old master's guest who dares be rude to him?" Hearing this voice, Yang Kai grinned and the unhappiness in his heart dissipated greatly. Fortunately, he had not misjudged Jianghu and had immediately come forward to defend him after noticing his arrival. However, the current situation was a bit complicated, Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai did not intend to meddle in other people's business and simply stood quietly in place, waiting to hear what Jianghu had to say. From the other side, Jianghu flew over in an imposing manner and landed beside Yang Kai in a very short time, his face filled with anger as he glared fiercely at Qi Yunhai and the burly middle-aged man. Qi Yunhai seemed to be a little afraid to meet Jianghu's gaze, but the burly middle-aged man was not afraid and stared back at Jianghu without flinching. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Qian Tong immediately knew that he had noticed something and spared no effort to continue maintaining his territory field so that Yang Kai could see more clearly. After a long time, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he withdrew his gaze and frowned. Since you are the master of Shadowed Star, you should have noticed something wrong, right? Qian Tong dispersed his territory field and asked Yang Kai. Fei Jitu, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were all confused, none of them knowing what was wrong with Qian Tong. In their opinion, there was nothing wrong with Qian Tong. As soon as he released his territory field, it was suffocating. The world principles here are rejecting you? Yang Kai asked suspiciously, a look of shock flashing across his eyes. You really noticed? Qian Tong sighed. What? Fei Jitu was shocked. Old Ghost Qian is being rejected by the world principles? How could such a thing be possible? Nothing is impossible. Qian Tong smiled bitterly and shook his head. If the world principles were not rejecting me, do you think this old master was struck by lightning for no reason last time? I'm too lazy to argue with you. Dai Yuan rolled her eyes at her before her figure flickered and she also followed the crowd. Idiot senior sister, you ugly woman. Yin Su Dai cursed behind her as she bared her fangs. Dai Yuan simply ignored her. Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain was a small mountain composed of thousand illusion-colored glass. It was extremely heavy and looked simple, but in fact, thousand illusion-colored glass gave off an innate colored glass divine light. Colored glass divine light had the miraculous effect of restraining the five elements and restraining one's soul. Dai Yuan had given Yang Kai a colored glass bead that had formed in her body after she swallowed thousand illusion-colored glass, similar to the monster beast's monster core. Yang Kai had refined it and merged it with his demon eye of annihilation, greatly increasing its power. In addition, thousand illusion-colored glass had a strange ability to transform into thousands of different forms. It was rumored that if one used thousand illusion-colored glass to refine an artifact, it could transform into many different forms when facing an enemy, making it impossible for them to guard against. A pigeon egg-sized piece of heavenly isolating silver could sell for at least 100,000 high-rank Saint crystals. A basin-sized piece of heavenly isolating silver was worth at least a few million high-rank Saint crystals. Before Yang Kai could recover from his shock, his eyes were attracted to another piece of ore that was giving off a golden glow. Profound aura spirit. 5-colored sand. Blue phoenix tear iron. There are so many Saint crystals? Yang Kai checked them one by one, and after a while he was completely shocked by the harvest of the stone mongoose over the past half a month. Silently estimating the value of the pile of things in front of him, Yang Kai found that the stone mongoose's harvest in half a month was almost equivalent to the entire treasury of a mid-level sect on Shadowed Star. All of these ores in front of him were excellent materials for refining artifacts, and some of them had even reached the level of Origin King grade. But what Yang Kai couldn't figure out was that the stone mongoose had actually swallowed a large number of Saint crystals. It was understandable that so many ores would appear on this dead star, but there was no world energy here, so how could Saint crystals be produced? Saint crystals were generally only produced on cultivation stars with rich world energy and life. They would never appear on a dead star. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as two completely different guesses appeared in the depths of his heart. Without hesitation, he asked the stone mongoose to swallow the ores in front of him again, Where did you find these? Take me to see them. The stone mongoose didn't say a word as it used its hands and feet to lead the way. 100,000 kilometers away from the valley where Yang Kai set up the space array, there was a pothole-like cave. After the stone mongoose came here, it directly jumped down. Yang Kai followed closely behind. When he set up the space array before, he had checked the surrounding 300,000 kilometers and didn't find any danger, but he didn't pay much attention to a cave like this. The stone mongoose had obviously found something good inside. The cave seemed to be very deep, and as Yang Kai descended, the only sound he could hear was a strong wind blowing past his ears. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid and simply released his divine sense to investigate the situation below. Even if it was pitch black, he could still see clearly. After descending for about 3,000 meters, they reached the bottom of the cave. After stepping foot on the ground, Yang Kai immediately expanded his divine sense to check the surroundings. After this investigation, he was immediately shocked. This underground was not the desolate catacombs that he had imagined. Instead, it was a gigantic space that was so huge that even his divine telekinesis could not scan the ends of it. The air was a little dry, but it didn't affect his breathing. However, under the divine sense of Yang Kai, he was surprised to find that in this space, there were ruins of collapsed buildings that extended into the distance. This was actually a ruin. Judging from the style of the buildings, this ruin had obviously existed for a very long time. It was very likely that it was left behind tens of thousands of years ago. And this ruin was obviously the headquarters of a large sect. Just as I thought. Although Yang Kai looked surprised, he was extremely calm inside. Everything was similar to what he had guessed. After discovering that the stone mongoose had brought back a large number of Saint crystals, Yang Kai guessed two possibilities. The first possibility was that this dead star was developing its own world principles and was on the verge of forming them. A dead star of this level wouldn't give off any clues from the outside, but it would produce Saint crystals on the inside. Chapter 1732. 10 days later, a series of houses had been built on top of the original ruins. Because this was a long-term camp, the disciples of the two sects had spared no effort in building it. These houses didn't look very exquisite, but they were very practical. Living here was just like living in their respective sects, except for the slight lack of world energy. However, this wasn't a big problem. If they really wanted to cultivate, they could rely on Saint crystals. Luminous pearls hung at intervals along the path of the ruins, emitting a gentle light. The originally pitch-black ruins were brightly lit, and it was extraordinarily bustling. Yang Kai had already told Qian Tong and Yi Shiyun the locations of the 8 mineral lodes he had explored. As for how the two sects would mine these lodes, Yang Kai didn't bother to worry. Naturally, Qian Tong and Yi Shiyun would be responsible for supporting him. If they needed more manpower, they could replenish them from Shadowed Star at any time. Yang Kai had already arranged everything for them. Not only that, after everything was settled and the disciples began mining, Yang Kai went out alone and arranged 3 space arrays in different locations within a radius of 10 million kilometers. In the next few decades, these space arrays arranged by Yang Kai would ensure that any cultivator from Shadowed Star could easily move about within 10 million kilometers. A month later, Yang Kai prepared to leave. After all, his original intention was to establish a connection between Shadowed Star and the outside world. Discovering this star was just an accidental harvest. Since this place was already on the right track, there was no point in him staying. Standing in the ruins, Yang Kai called out to the stone mongoose in his heart. He had never taken the stone mongoose back because this place was simply a paradise for the stone mongoose. By swallowing various rare minerals, the stone mongoose could strengthen itself. If it swallowed enough of the same type of mineral, it could even evolve its own divine technique. For example, its lava armor. This was the ability it obtained after swallowing and refining the sun's true fire. As soon as the lava armor appeared, no one could approach within a 10-meter radius, as the scorching heat was enough to force even origin-returning realm masters to retreat. After all, there were a lot of minerals on the ore star. No matter how much the stone mongoose swallowed, it wouldn't be able to swallow much. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to it these days. However, when he tried to call out to the stone mongoose, he realized that the stone mongoose had gone down to an unknown depth. He wondered if it had found something good. Sensing Yang Kai's call, the stone mongoose slowly crawled up from below. An hour later, the stone mongoose reappeared in front of Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly. The stone mongoose didn't seem to be in the right state. Before the stone puppet grew up, it had always been a simple-minded and foolish creature. Because its intelligence was not high, it could be seen from its appearance, but at this moment, it seemed to be even more dazed, and even the original charm in its eyes had disappeared. It walked like a fool. It swayed and staggered as if it was drunk. Yang Kai was taken aback, thinking that the stone mongoose had swallowed something it shouldn't have and had an accident, but after carefully inspecting it, he was surprised to find that there was nothing wrong with the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose wasn't in an accident. Its physical condition was better than it had ever been. What's more, Yang Kai also noticed a special and strange power in its body. This power was familiar, just like the world principles he had sensed when he refined Shadowed Star's star source and became its star master. Principle strength? Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically. Through the star, Yang Kai was able to confirm that the nearest cultivation star was at least a year's journey away. He wasn't in a hurry and would occasionally land on a moving asteroid, cultivating while letting the asteroid carry him forward. Sometimes he would go to a certain dead star to see if he could find anything else. However, a dead star was a dead star after all. Yang Kai investigated many dead stars in a row but didn't find anything. It was really an accident that he had made such a big discovery last time. That kind of accident shouldn't happen a second time. However, on one of the dead stars that he passed by, he left another hidden super teleportation formation that was connected to the previous one. During this time, the stone mongoose had been sleeping in his space ring, not moving at all, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that there seemed to be a thick layer of impurities around the stone mongoose's body, slowly wrapping it up and forming a cocoon-like thing. It was just like the state of the stone mongoose before it was born. The stone mongoose can evolve? While Yang Kai was suspicious, he was also looking forward to seeing what kind of changes the stone mongoose would undergo when it broke out of its cocoon. After cultivating these days, Yang Kai had also faintly noticed a barrier. It was the shackles of the Origin King realm. Only by breaking through this barrier could one become an Origin King. At this time, if he could find a cultivation star and enter retreat for a year or so, Yang Kai was confident that he could give it a try and see if he could successfully break through. On this day, Yang Kai habitually checked the stone mongoose's situation. Because the stone mongoose hadn't shown any signs of activity in the past year, Yang Kai basically checked every once in a while. Until now, the stone mongoose hadn't shown any abnormalities, but this time he clearly felt that the stone mongoose was showing signs of breaking out of its cocoon. Overjoyed, Yang Kai wanted to find a place to stay for a while and wait for the stone mongoose to complete its evolution. After looking around, Yang Kai rushed straight towards a nearby asteroid sea. This asteroid sea was quietly suspended in the void, showing no signs of moving, so it was a good place to stop. But when Yang Kai approached the asteroid sea, he suddenly frowned. He sensed the auras of other living beings hidden in this asteroid sea, and there was more than one of them. Although these auras were hidden, each one was extremely powerful, indicating that they were all origin-returning realm masters. Fortunately, Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to discover them. This group of people was hiding here stealthily, so it was obvious they were up to something. Yang Kai felt his bad luck and didn't want to be involved in this muddy water, so he turned around and left. However, just as his figure moved, a flash of brilliance suddenly appeared in the distance, and immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot straight towards him from behind an asteroid. This beam of light contained an unimaginably terrifying power, and even though it was several dozen kilometers away, it still arrived in an instant, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of crisis. An Origin King Realm Master. Yang Kai's face sank. An Origin King Realm Master was actually hiding in this asteroid sea. Even he hadn't noticed it just now. Although with his current strength, Yang Kai was invincible under the Origin King realm. Facing an Origin King realm master, he didn't dare lower his guard. The Origin King realm and the Origin Returning realm were completely different existences. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many third-order Origin Returning realm masters who were stuck at the Origin King realm for their entire lives, unable to advance. The other party suddenly attacking was obviously intending to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. Chapter 1736. Li Minghai and Gu Jianxian's gazes collided in the void, sending out fierce sparks. The former's brow furrowed slightly. He was shocked to discover that Gu Jianxian's aura seemed to be thicker than the last time he saw him. The rumors were indeed true. If there were no accidents, young Union Master Gu Jianxian would be able to break through to the Origin King realm in the next 3 to 5 years. Once he succeeded in breaking through to the Origin King realm, with his great void sword body and his left and right sword servants behind him, no one in the First Order Origin King realm would be his opponent. He would even be able to put up a fight against the Second Order Origin King. A monster. No wonder Vice Union Master Wei Qianzong was so anxious to eradicate Gu Jianxian. Obviously he had also noticed the terrifying growth of Gu Jianxian. Fortunately this was a rare opportunity. As long as Gu Jianxian's group was killed, Sword Union would belong to the Vice Union Master's faction in the future. A genius who had not matured would never be a true genius. Li Minghai, this young master only has one question. Gu Jianxian crossed his hands behind his back and stood on the deck. How did you know this young master would pass by here? Li Minghai narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold voice, Young Union Master already knows the answer in his heart. Why ask this old master? Gu Jianxian nodded lightly. It seems that this young master really has some untrustworthy people around him. Very good, after this matter is over, this young master will find them. Young Union Master shouldn't worry about this, you have no future. Li Minghai said as he waved his hand and shouted, Kill them all, don't let a single one escape. If even one of them managed to escape they would be in big trouble. This time their actions were intended to leave no survivors. With this order the Origin Returning Realm cultivators around Li Minghai took action, forming groups of 3 to 5 as they attacked the cultivators who had managed to escape earlier. On the starship where Gu Jianxian was, a large number of cultivator also emerged and rushed forward without hesitation. For a time in the territory near the asteroid sea, filled with colorful brilliance, the power of artifacts and secret techniques continued to bloom. Although Li Minghai's side did not have many people, at most 30, all of them were masters at the Second Order Origin Returning Realm or above. Therefore his combat power was especially strong. On the other hand, although Gu Jianxian's side had more than 200 people, their cultivations were uneven and their high-end combat power was inferior to Li Minghai's. More importantly, with an Origin King like Li Minghai presiding over them, the pressure was simply too great. The Origin Returning Realm Masters on Gu Jianxian's side were unable to display their full strength. As such, as soon as the two sides clashed, cultivator after cultivator died, and all of them were from Gu Jianxian's side. On the other hand, Li Minghai's side suffered no casualties. For a moment, the momentum of Li Minghai's side soared to the skies, causing Gu Jianxian's forces to complain incessantly. The battle had already begun, but Li Minghai did not rush to take action. Instead, he looked at Gu Jianxian and the two women beside him with a serious look on his face. It seemed that the man and the two women in front of him. He was an opponent that deserved to be taken seriously. Since Yang Kai did not move, Gu Jianxan naturally did not dare to act rashly. He could only watch as his subordinates fell one after another, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. After a long time, Li Minghai said faintly, "Young Union Master, do you want to do it yourself, or do you need this old master to escort you?" "Old Dogly. Do you think you can defeat this young master?" Gu Jianxian shouted coldly.